Alrighty, folks, can you hear me now? It's €550. It was the Gaza Festival in live resort. My name is Action Man Dan. I will be your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. Let's get to the action. Andre with 61 bigs is your chip leader. Easy game in second place with 39. I am here. I don't know how clear you can hear me. I will be refreshing the page today. If there's any sound issues, 22 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 1,053. Average stack is almost 2.4 million. Small blind is 40k. Big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. Sound is good. I'm feeling good. Although I need to sort out my diet this week. Been eating too much carbohydrates. Not easy when you have a chef living in the house. Some people really got it awful. We do see Oliver shoving for 8.7 bigs. An easy game with an easy decision here with a monster ace king on the button. Just going to call and try and juice from behind from the small or the big. Some players might just shove over the top. Generally, I would just click this back, saying that we are committing ourselves, making it something like 1.4 million. Maybe we can make it a little bit more than that, or a little bit less. Andre's going to overcall here. Don't really like this at all. There's an all-in front of him and a call, showing significant strength. And on, Queen 10-9. Unreal spot for Oliver to treble up here. Easy game, going to check it back. Not liking that flop at all. That's a very bad turn card for the ace king also. Could be a triple split with a jack indeed, Bird. BVHT in the chat, welcome. Join the RKO as well. I'll do the shout outs in a moment. 7 of hearts rolling off. Andre going to be saying goodbye to that 695. Easy game going to be saying goodbye to his 695, but it is Oliver. A very sexy treble up this early in the day. Now playing 28 big blinds. Yes, indeed, a jack would have made a straight for the nuts. Well said. So let's talk Turkey here, folks. €91,000 for the eventual champion today. Average stack just shy of 30 big blinds. You have Sweden, Portugal, Germany, Israel, Kosovo, and the Czech Republic all being represented at this feature table. I'm not overly familiar with anyone at this table. I don't recognize many names. If anyone in the chat knows something about these remaining players, be sure to let me know. If you want, of course. It's just always very helpful. The hand and mob can only get you so far sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. With a monster here, of course, on the button with the ace is Oliver. And a call the 160k original raise from Thomas. The TV saying it's a nice setup. It is a nice setup, but I don't know if Thomas or Oliver is going to be able to call with this pocket eight. Really showing significant strength here from the button, shoving 22 big blinds total. Just wondering, could he just make it a size in here like 560? With specifically aces, or does it just look too strong? We want to have some fluff in this scenario. It's just hard for us to find a sizing that doesn't show that we are committing ourselves against two players, not just one. It has just gone with jam. Now Oliver is in a bind from the hijack here. Oliver forced to fold. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. What's the minimum pocket pair you're going to call the 22 big blind jam? Surely any bigger of a pair there, 9, 10s, we've got to dance. Maybe 10s just rejams ourselves or 3 bets. Those pocket pairs, 6s, 7s, and 8s can get out of the way. 9s plus, and I think we are in that territory of not wanting to fold. Having said that, if you think your opponent isn't going to be shoving those lower pocket pairs, then you're going to be in a coin flip situation at best. A lot of ICM to factor in. This is a €550 buy-in. Up to 100 grand at top, €91,000 actually, and there's no tickets to worry about today, which is important. If you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Whether it be on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, we're on all the usual social media platforms. You can find out all the additional information on the Kings Resort website. Look at our jam-packed schedule for the summer. Free bet would look very strong, BV. Definitely looks weaker to shove 22 bigs in that exact scenario. If we have a dynamic that we've been able to make, some smaller three bets off, say, 25 bigs or less, then I reckon we could just go ahead and do it again. But if that has not been our style, I don't think it makes too much sense to do anything else other than shove because it will just look so strong. Easy game here, flopping top pair. Don't like this flat three with 6-5 off suit. He's got a lot of chips. We've seen him put in way too much 2 hands ago with just ace three suited. You see him betting 240k here. Easy game with the trips. Here comes the 5 of diamonds. This easy game. I think he can get another barrel out of his opponent. Andre knows he can't win with just 6 high. Well, he does have a pair now. He has a pair now. Is he trying to get some value for it, or does he just check behind? I think he is going for what looks like value. I don't know. I think he's still bluffing with his hand here. If he thought his 5 was good as showdown, surely he would just check back. He is trying to get his opponent to fold a hand like 8, 9, 7, maybe some weak 10x. Maybe he could get a crying call occasionally here from ace high, like ace queen or something like that. Easy game. Having none of it. Sticks him in. Stick him up, son. Stick him up, Johnny. Andre gets out of the way after losing another chunk of change. Not the greatest of starts for Andre. 3,000. Easy game, winning the nice one there. All the digger lads, we've got royalty in the chat. Yappa Snapper, all the way from Australia. This is how you guys. Hope you will. Up to it. All right, Yappa Snap. What's good, my brother? Usually you have a quandary for the channel, for the class. Every day is a learning day. What's your dilemma for Dan today? What's been going on down under? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Knife is spinning. You've seen all in the call. Andreas against Thomas for blind v blind action. Quite a large pot here, by the way. 40 bigs total. 6-4-3 Jack Deuce. Sarah has been eliminated. Andreas wins a nice pot there, blind v blind. And bing, bang, boom, just like that. 20 players remaining now. A jump has been reached. Current payout is now €3,550. Yep, the snap says, always a pleasure getting more welcome in from you, mate. It's coming. Oh, it's Christmas. Well, we've got a while to go yet. Let's enjoy the summer first. Oliver taking that one down. All of the other reindeers. Andreas is going to call with the ace jack. Andre, the original opener with the jack 9 of diamonds. Flop is 8-5-5. Andre wants to bet small here. A lot of backdoors working for him. Their board. He has range advantage. Flop goes check, check. Turns the 7 of hearts. And now Andre wants to be betting for sure. Andre checking again. I don't really understand this. We just have jack high. We so many backdoors working for us with a C bet on the flop. Checks flop, turn, and river. And Andreas is just going to win with the ace high, of course. Had Andre fired 2 barrels there, would have got the job done on the turn. I think he started with about 5 million, or a little bit less. He suddenly has 2.5. Mr. B shoving for 11 big blinds in the hijack with ace king suited. Takes that one down. Uncontested. King 10 of spades, in raising in the cutoff, easy game. Pretty easy 3-bet, I reckon, here. Could just fall in position. Either or is fine. I would prefer to see a 3-bet because we have the original opener covered. Wants to make it somewhere around 400k. Goes for 375. And look at this. Hula in the small blind. Hula is going to be somewhat Hollywooding. The only move here is all in for 26 bigs. He does do just that. A jump has been reached. There's nothing to worry about immediately. Current payout €3,550. Hula will take down a nice pot. Now paying 35 big blinds. Getting out of the way. Nice tunes playing in the background on this Monday afternoon. You're just tuning in, you're watching the final day, the €550 WSOP Festival, the only holding main event live from the King's Resort. Shula taking down our previous Sandwich Kings. Been raising now from the cutoff. 4 eliminations already in less than 20 hands. In the 40s, but make no mistake about it, there's a lot of chips in play. That's a stack over 30 bigs now. This will be falling from the small blind. Would prefer to see him just rejam that one. You're way prepared to see Mr. B just rejam free. Andreas with a push draw. That guy, Shula, betting 180 to see where he's at. He just going to call. This is the thing, it gets so expensive. 2 overcards to our pocket pair, 2 diamonds on the flop. All we have is a good shot straight draw. There's going to be so many bad turn cards, river cards. These vulnerable pairs play way better with rejamming off 20 bigs or less. Sometimes even more. No, Andreas, like he is turning his hand into a bluff. At 330. Go for value with a pair of 5s here. He's obviously trying to get his opponent to fold a 9. The 6. 10 seems a bit too ambitious to get the fold. Thanks for letting me know that, ECW. Hopefully that's better now. So look, it's going to work. Andreas gets the 9 to fold for that small sizing. Made his hand look way stronger than it was. Mr. B is from Kosovo. For those of you asking in the chat, Yappa Snappa says, sorry, my phone rang. My question today was if Pinocchio said, my nose is going to grow. I'm not sure, Yappa Snappa. What would happen if Pinocchio said, my nose is going to grow? He would say, what do you call nobody and a nose? Nobody knows. So Shula going for the min. Cut off calling. Oliver shoving with the ace king. And the action's going to be back on Andre with his king queen off suit. So looks like he's 3-bet to 400k total. And now he's going to call. Call the cops. Andre calling another 1.365 million. 17 big blinds more with just king queen off suit. And he has stuttered stepped into an almost 4 million chip pot. And for Oliver Kubalek, Christmas could be coming early. And it's looking likely after that flop of 10-5-3. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. And Oliver looks elated. Andre coming in as one of your chip leaders at the feature table anyway, he was. Now going to be down to 600k, sub 10 big blinds. And for Oliver, what a pot. Woo-wee! Yappa Snap says also, if you come out of the shower clean, how does your towel get dirty? It's just water and drainage, isn't it? ECW King is in a mood, says he wants no mercy at kings, he wants blood and broken dreams. That's a lot to ask for. You can have one or the other. There's always broken dreams. As for blood, I don't know. Bring your shield and your axe and hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And a very large sword. 19 players remaining now. We see a bet of 180k from the ace queen. Blind v blind action on the 10-6 deuce. Oliver just with king high. Got some backdoors. He will call. Easy game has a heart in his hand as well. Very important. Block some flush combos that Oliver could have, although he probably would lead a lot of those himself. Easy game. I'm going to take that one down. Oliver hoping to win a showdown with king high. Not today, buddy. Not this time. ECW King says, well, Bird says, we will all remember this, the bloody massacre at the TV table. ECW says, so far, yet so far away with deep payouts busting now. You want to be the turtle or the hare. It doesn't matter if it's busting out really. It doesn't 3K and you made it to day 3. That hurts. Oh, he's hurt. Yeah, well, it does hurt, especially when you're playing for €91,000 up top. We are 3 eliminations away from a redraw. Average stack just shy of 2.8 million. Lines are still 40, 80, 80. A lot of ICM pressure. Light camera action on all these remaining hopefuls. Some shorties, but like I said earlier, some massive stacks still in this tournament. Fantastic structures of kings. It'll be a hell of a day. Yeah, I'm going to take that one down. It is King 8 of spades on the ace 4-3. Not much to walk out there, just getting in position, taking that away from the jack eye. He says it sure is. I mean, 91 smackaroos up top, and you get 6 XY in. Poker can be as brutal as Irish cooking sometimes. Well, I've had my brother visit in the last 2 days, so he's a chef. The cooking's been great around here recently, ECW. I do have some turkey to attend to today as well, but I keep an eye on the oven from time to time. At far too many bad meals in the last 10 days or so. We get back on this healthy train. He says he loves Irish stew. I don't mind Irish stew, or sometimes they call it coddle here, but everything is just so boiled and cremated. I like things crispy. I'm a big fan of steak, as you all know. I like the steak medium rare. Unless the steak's well done and the people are rare. Isn't that right, guys? I'll get my coat. Bit of a Queen Nine of Spades here in the cutoff. 175. No, sorry, 160. Because he won 500 last week. Well done, buddy. Pull him in raising. In the hijack. Staying active. Andre, looks like he's had enough here. 5.4 big is the all in from under the gun. Round to Shula. That's his king 4 offsuit go. And yes, Lemonade, very well said. Top 5 is anytime you get in a 5-figure payday is definitely a couple of months' salary for a lot of people. Good point. Ace 10 of diamonds here under the gun for Andreas. Easy game is going to call with pocket nines from the foot off. What a flop for easy game. Instead of 100K in a call. Do we ever just check behind here on the turn? We really do either. Sometimes might just check this back. But this opens up the avenue for straight draws, etc. Maybe some backdoor flush draws. So I think we want to go for more value, somewhere around half pot. That's 350. Blinds are now 50K, 100K, 100K. 50K small blind, 100K big blind, 100K running big blind ante. See the second barrel with the full house. We wouldn't call it a barrel when we've the nuts, but one of the nuts. And no heart going into the muck. Open-ended now for easy game. Two spades, two hearts out there. Takes down another one. So he's been playing pretty solid. Granted, the deck has been in his favour so far. A very nice stack now of almost 50 bigs has become your table captain at this feature. Andreas with 42, Oliver with 32, Shula with 23, Andre with 7, and Mr. B. Your clear short stack here playing a measly 3 big blinds. Is to spin and win soon. 2 eliminations away from the redraw. Would have betting 250 here with the ace queen. On the king 10-5. Easy game. Gets out of the way. Mr. B's all in for 330. Andre's all in for 920. And Andreas could have a double elimination here for sub 10 bigs if he really wanted to get busy here with the pocket 8. I think the way Andre has been playing has shown a propensity to have a very wide jamming range, although he hasn't had to show down. Players know that he's been playing a very wild style. And Mr. B is fairly inconsequential there because he only has 3.3 bigs. So Andreas is going to take this spot, and it's very good that he's not folding his pocket eights. This is exact scenario. Usually, when you see 2 all-ins in front of you, you might get out of there with 6s, 7s, and 8s. He realizes Mr. B only has 3.3 bigs. It's less than 10 bigs both to eliminate 2 players. And if we lose, we still have 32 big blinds ourselves. So therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, and Andre with the king 6 of clubs, Mr. B with pocket 7s. And if Andreas can hold against both players here, we'll have a double elimination and be going for a redraw. Jack 6-3 is the flop. Mr. Bean out with a flush draw. It's never easy. Andre with a pair. Andreas doesn't have a spade. 2.42 million in this pot. Turn is the queen of diamonds. No help to Andre. No help to Mr. B. Four clubs rolling off. We lose 2 players. Andre and Mr. B are out of here. 16 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €4,050. We are going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. I have some turkey to attend to. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come here. Going to come back with 2 tables of 8. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
fan.
fan.
You got the 9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No. If you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's
snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot for
poker.
Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
Just a
Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace 5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
Whoa.
wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, it's strange, a little
1.6.
unconventional, I should say. Ooh.
Oh,
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
So can you spread the pot,
Cabral with the ace of spades.
like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, Queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a name.
Surzat Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxton's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
510.
In my wow, yes.
510.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the King 4, King 5, King 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blind.
Now this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he is
at this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand,
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack of
Stevie
diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6. It
disastrous.
is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in.
Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy. Pretty weird then. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
Not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
pretty meager run out so
Any
far.
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this
Oh.
time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. Hopefully you can hear me better now. What an eventful break that was. I'll give you the gory details now in just a moment. 14 players remaining now. Guaranteed a minimum of €4,550. There's a name I recognise in the chat. The lovely Lime Ricky is with us. Good day, poker pals. She says the sound is better now. Great to hear. Had the most amazing, I wouldn't say amazing, very eventful break there. Went out to feed my dog and I'm waiting on a large consignment from Amazon. And Amazon was banging on the door, and then I had to run after the Amazon driver. He was almost out of my estate. Otherwise, it would have been probably a few more days before I saw him. Whilst I was trying to attend to my turkey. So trying to do 3 things at once, not the easiest. I can confirm we do have a brand new chair for my next stream. A very heavy chair at that. But a king needs a good chair, isn't that right, gang? Also a very heavy 20-kilo kettlebell and a lot of supplements. Mischief managed, however, we did get all the consignments. We are back, allegedly sounding better than I have been in a while. So we have 2 tables of 7 remaining. Andre with the ace-king raising to 210. Also, not sure what the weather is like wherever you are. We've had some very bad storms in Ireland last week, but the sun is splitting the stones today. So greetings wherever you are tuning in from. You're watching the final day of the 550 buy-in, the Rosvedov Festival. No limit hold'em main event live from King's Resort. We're into the business end of things now. 5 eliminations away from the final table. Winner of this one going to take home €91,000. So greetings if you're tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I have been noticing those numbers going up. People are definitely liking and subscribing. 64k followers on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And I would like to get to 30,000 followers by the end of the year on YouTube if possible. I think we're at 27,000 and change. We do see a bet from Andre of 220 on the ace 8-9 and Stefano. Yappa Snappa asked, did I get a secret lab chair? I didn't go all out, Yappa Snappa. I got a chair that's for larger people, shall we say. This one has been squeaking and creaking and it's just not doing the job. I only spent about 200 or less on it. I didn't go all out with the secret lab chair. I have heard they are the shiznit indeed. I got a chair that's going to be a lot more comfortable than the one I'm sitting on. Before you start telling me I need to get a new mic, this is a brand new headset from the World Series of Poker Europe last year. Spent about $250 on this piece of kit. And Stefano very well going to go broke here. I would say it's a definite. I don't know how he could possibly get away from this one. Does Andre want to bet really small here? The problem with betting really small here is Stefano only has 7.6 big blinds behind and there's already 10 big blinds in the pot. And he did decide to go for a very small sizing. Yeah, I understand this. Keeps in draws like Jack 10, maybe even some spades. If he is up against his opponent having an ace, he's just going to cooler him anyway. The quarter pot actually makes a lot of sense the more I look at it. It's just if we shove, it looks like we could have a spade draw or a hand like Jack 10. And we can see the elimination of Stefano. Absolutely nothing he can do there when the three of diamonds rolls off. Just absolute coolerville. And another one bites the dust. Another beauty school dropout. 13 players remaining now. A jump has been reached and all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €5,050. The Apple Snap says 6 degrees here in Melbourne at the moment. Raining and crappy the last few days. Sitting here with my koala bear. Let's hope the dingo doesn't eat my baby. 11:50 p.m. in Melbourne. Wow, what's the time difference? Just 4 eliminations away from the final table now. It's important to note that ICM is at one of its strongest right now. A couple of eliminations away from the final table. Every chip and hand mattering so much going across the line. Also chips going across the line than hands actually. We have to go all in to stay alive. Average stack, 40 big blinds now. Testament how great these structures are. This is a guy I actually recognise. I'm going to have to do a bit of homework on the side here. And then mob a few of these remaining players. We are in a coin flip situation. Georgie is the at-risk player. He's standing up out of his chair. 19 big coin flips. Two pair now on the ace jack 6 top 2 for George. Billy with the 8. So now we're paying 15 bigs. Georgie will sit back down. Nice win for him. I will work on getting that sorted out now. Yeah, thanks. Alrighty, let's see how that sounds now. We are a very big coin flip between Shula. Two black ladies in the hijack for Vasily. Classic race. And this is just going to be a bit of posturing before it all goes in. And in she goes, and up she flew. All in the fella, all the other fella. Ace King against the Queens. 3.2 million in the middle. Seven, 6, 3 is the flop. It is the 5 of diamonds. And Shula picks up a lot of additional equity here now as we hit the river. But it is a lady. That's going to push Shula back down at 12 bigs. Vasily now playing 33 big blinds. I think Vasily came second in a big event this year. He had a catchphrase that he wouldn't stop saying, yam yam, if I recall correctly. An interesting character for sure. Andre with 53 bigs. Samuel with 52. Vasily with 33. Oliver with 30. Georgie with 16. And Shula now your clear short stack at this feature, playing 12 big blinds, but still in it to win it. With one right in the middle of the pack. Thank you, Yappa Snappa. We're doing all we can over here. I actually keep calling you Yappa Snappa because it sounds better than Yappa Snap, but I realize it is Yappa Snap. Snappy Yappa. You bloody stingray. Georgie makes it 225 to go. I like that Georgie isn't just ripping 15 bigs. He is actually going to raise call a hand as strong as Ace Jack. Samuel Sariaho. With a pocket pair. Probably just rejams. And we are off to the races once more. Now, this is a good example of a situation where if Georgie had just ripped the button, he would get the pocket fours to fold. However, there's just a lot of hands that Georgie can raise call that we dominate, and then sometimes we are going to be up against the pairs when we play it that way. Many different ways to skin a stingray, says the snapper. It is a 6-5 on the flop. Turn is the 9 of hearts. River is the 9 of clubs. And Georgie with a big double up. Samuel's still going to be playing 35 bigs. Georgie now playing 33 big blinds himself. Some entertaining coin flips. We see 2 double ups in rapid succession for 2 different players. Still 13 players remaining now. We see Sam checking it over to Vasily. Blind v blind. On the King 8, Deuce 9. Vasily will take that one down. Johan, the main man, has joined us. Says hello. Hello, Jay Wisello. Welcome. Come on in. The water's lovely. Not too many shacks in the water, mate. 12 players remaining now. 3 eliminations away from the final table. 2 tables of 6. Speaking of 6, 6s for Samuel. Min raising from the button. 5k and change is the current payout. Pay jump of a full buy-in is the difference between 12th and 11th. Shula for 100k and 450 already out there. We want to see a flop. Does commit the chips. Sam bets 105k. Super small. For that price, Shula wants to see a turn card. I think this is a bit ambitious, though. Just king high, even though we have some backdoors to favour us. We can now rep a 7. I prefer to call here on the flop if we are Shula when we have more chips. Now Shula has arrived at the river with just king high. Stack to pot ratio is exactly 1-to-1. When Sam checks the turn, he can easily have a lot of ace-x. But that's not deterred Shula. Realizing there's no other way for him to win the hand unless he just bluffs the lot. Balls out on the table here. There is a fine line between foolishness and fearlessness, and I think that one falls in the category of somewhere in the middle of the two. Very risky business, but it does work on this occasion, and now he's suddenly playing 15 big blinds. They're just going to shove over the top of Sam with the ace queen, and that's a nice pickup, uncontested. Now playing close to 20 big blinds. Andre going for a small 3-bet here. Essentially what he's doing, making it 5 big blinds to go, is leveraging Shula's entire stack. Shula gets the 4-bet rip through with his 2 10s and is gaining a lot of momentum now, playing 26 big blinds. Vasily going to open from the hijack with pocket 8s. Andre's just going to call here on the button with ace-queen suited. Would see a lot of 3-betting going on here, but 3 eliminations away from the final table. Just wants to call in position. Nice river card here for Andre. He's got the nut flush now. Could be very difficult to get paid on the 9, Jack, Jack, 3, 6 board. Andre betting 750k here. Vasily can't really have a jack. Not the way this is played out. Could have a 9. It's just very difficult to get called. And Vasily will let his pocket 8s go. Small blind is now 60k, big blind is now 120k. With 120k running, big blind ante, that's 60, 120, 120. Shula going to bet 300k here. And Sam with a flush draw on the jack 6-3 is going to call. Hijack against the big blind. Turn going check, check on the 5 of clubs. River coming the 8 of diamonds. Sam now with the best hand. Sam got a bet 405. And Shula obviously just going to bow out. Not much you can do. A board just favouring the big blind's perceived defending range on turn and river there. Some 2 pairs showing up, some straights, some backdoors, etc. Oliver needs to be careful here. It's 350 more for him to call. Graphic said he'd called, but this is just going to be a raised fold. Andre, 3-betting to 600k. Pressure back on Shula. Even though Shula is under the gun, we are six-handed now. Just bear that in mind.
I want the package, and this was like they gave the gift back, and this was in it. I thought this was like a normal beer. Did you even taste it? No, no, it's very good. It doesn't taste that strong. Oh my god, that's so fun. But why?
And he will posture before folding there. Jacks for Oliver in the cutoff. 2.2 big blinds to go. Sam hitting a king on the flop. Putting him in the lead against the Jabricadas of Oliver. He's going to still bet this one, of course. Looks like about 200k, 210. Jack of clubs on the turn, giving Oliver a set of jacks now. Spicy turn card, because Sam will very well still think he's in the lead, and he should. We see a bet here from Sam of 625. When we bet 625 here, we're pretty much going to set up a river jam the majority of the time. Stack to par ratio will be about 1-to-1 at that point. Oliver wants to Hollywood this up a little bit before calling. Oliver decides to shove this one and make his hand look a bit weaker, I would say. I expected to see him just call, but if he thinks he can get a hand like King, Queen, Ace, King, perhaps even a combo draw, something like King 10 of clubs, King 9 of clubs. Not too many others that would be in Sam's range, I don't think. Now we're faced with a very difficult decision if we are Sam, by the way. This is basically for our tournament life. That's why you're going to see Sam make an incredible fold. And I say incredible fold there because he unblocks clubs that could be a combo draw that he's up against. Oliver taking down a nice pot. I still think the superior play there is to just call on the turn. Andre with 49 bigs, Oliver with 34, Georgi with 25, Vasily with 22, Sam with 19, and Shule with 13 bigs is your shortest stack. That's how they're looking at the feature. And we have an outer table with 6 players also. We have had an elimination on the outer table, so 11 players remaining now 2 blackjacks for the cutoff, raising to 250. Andre has a very 3-bettable ace-10 offsuit. Can put the pressure back on Vasily. Starts with 20 bigs to start the hand, so wants to make this somewhere around 5.5 big blinds. Or we could just stuff it on him. Stuffing it on him is actually going to be totally fine. We do see the all-in, the call. King 9 deuce is the flop. What a golden opportunity this is for Vasily. Oh, but it's an ace on the river. Unbelievable. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. The ace rolling off. Boom goes the dynamite, and we lose Vasily in 11th place, and we are now on the final table bubble. €5,600 is the current payout now. €1,200 the difference between 10th and 9th place. Georgie flopping a set here on the 5-4 deuce. Oliver with a good shot straight draw on 2 overcards. Not much going on for Andre. The initial opener. Not a great hand for Oliver to have with no spade in his hand. Georgie's just going to call. This kind of prices in Oliver, but he might just let this one go because he has no spade. And he does let it go. You'll see a lot of players just call there. I actually think that that's a pretty good fold. Andre going for a second barrel. Georgie stuffing it all in. Getting a extra bit of value from Andre's turn bet. Andre betting 260 here on the 10.95. Andre now with the straight. What a turn card it is for him, by the way. Look at the size of his stack. Oh, 8 million to start this hand. And for Sam, he's open-ended now. No spade in his hand, though. Andre turns the straight and has a redraw to a straight flush. $600K is the bet from Andre. So I'm in a very difficult decision here. Because if he calls now, he only has $1 million left for the river. There's already 2 overcards out there to his pair of 9s. And although he does have an open-ender to go with it, it looks better than it is on paper. He is going to call a second time. I would be more inclined to just let that go on the turn. Having said that, Andre, well capable of firing multiple barrels as a bluff. But if he's capable of firing multiple barrels as a bluff, then if we are calling on the turn, we would need to be putting on our cape to call on various rivers. And therefore, I might just be more inclined to let it go for the 600k on the turn instead of trying to find a call as a guessing game for our tournament life on the river. And as a guessing game on the river, I wouldn't be shocked to see Sam call, because when we have the queen, we block a lot of combinations that can have a straight. We don't have a spade in our hand, so all hands that had a flush draw, a pick of a flush draw on the turn are going to continue firing on this river, I would imagine. From Andre's perspective, if he was bluffing, he would now get a 10 to fold. He would definitely get a 9 to fold. Maybe even some Jack X would fold. It's not a great river to be bluffing because it pairs the board. But if we did have a hand, say ace 2, ace 3, ace 4, ace 6 of spades, for example, we would be compelled to shove this river, especially on the final table bubble. We block king queen, very important. We block queen 8, which is very important. If Sam did call here, I wouldn't blame him. The whole point was, if we fold on the turn, fair enough. But if we call on the turn, because we've only got a million behind, we are going to have to make some river calls. And that 5 doesn't change too much. If our opponent had us beat already, they still have us beat. It does pair the board, which isn't ideal. But it'd be easier for us to call on this river, say, than some other ones. Getting a great price here, by the way. 3.5 million in the pot. Just over a million for us to call. What do you think he's going to do? Class, let us know in the chat. He does commit the chips. I don't think when we call the turn and we get that river, we're kind of forced to call it off. Andre now playing over 10 million. Sam is packing his bags in 10th place. And we have our final table. Unlucky Sam. Sometimes you just got to call and you're going to see that you're beat. 9 remaining hopefuls going to come to the FT now. All guaranteed a minimum of €6,811. Don't go anywhere. Things are heating up. You don't want to miss this one. We're going on a nice long break here for 25 minutes. We'll see you all in a few moments. We're going to keep it right here.
Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it.
Hand,
The river card irrelevant. Cabral
pocket nine,
drawing
box,
dead.
8-9, heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines, lost.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is gonna get some action. Cabral calling. DeVoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel DeVoris' life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If DeVoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is.
Good call,
It's first
yeah?
and second, and then
Good
everybody
call.
else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That
Knew it
is
will
a
be 10
terrible
there, yeah.
window
Like,
card
open
right
it
there.
like you knew.
And DeVoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG
remaining.
Daniel
If
in
it's
main
not a
event.
3, Daniel
GG.
DeVoris is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel DeVoris, over 15 million in
Okay, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million. Now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered the chip entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image,
I call.
it's a very straightforward image,
It's okay.
but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here,
It's over.
it might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit, especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Jesus off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Jesus jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Jesus. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Jesus who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what? It
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Jesus' wheel.
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin. The next biggest stack, Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently 3rd.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls.
Nines?
It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want?
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Oh,
Now you want diamond.
diamonds,
Kamoski 1 card away from...
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy we have queens
Yeah? Why you happy?
because if somebody have queens, a double will come.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says,
Nice.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
There's 7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
One free
Yeah,
behind.
that was a wild one,
There's
Tuckman.
24
Big
bigs.
agreement. One free behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti shorter, sono tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 70, faccio chiami quelli più.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward
It's perfect.
slightly?
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's a 3-bet. So he's attacking Hisu. And Hisu, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Hisu's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hisu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Hisu finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it. I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king, queen, or some sort of ace, queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand. Let's say Martin occasionally does this with 8-10.
He has raised.
You said 3.5? Sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see? So, wait. Stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh, no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, $9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Hisu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Sue's got to be sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabral calls the raise,
Does
What a-
Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Hasu is that strong, but I mean, Cabral would love to have King 3 with the King of Spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot has 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabrera's bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Hasu is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh, my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Hasu turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Hasu turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
It was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Hasu is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh, my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus, he
No,
kicks it back.
he
He
checked.
knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting, Hasu in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leon.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
240.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raised through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that king 9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well,
river.
I was going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just called.
Very interesting to come back to see him. A guy take some magic fairy dust out of his Harry Potter's friend's head. His hair even. Rasmus finds himself with 8 million here at the final table. Welcome everyone back after the break. We do have Sweden, Italy, Czech Republic, Georgia, Finland, Estonia, and Portugal all being represented, and Germany. I said Germany already. At this final table, the average stack is almost 50 big blinds, so very deep stack poker happening at this final table. Rasmus Lundstrom actually found himself short-ish at the end of last night, if I recall correctly. Played pretty well at the feature table last night. If you're tuning in, you're watching the final table of the €550 buy-in. The Rosvedov Festival No Limit Hold'em main event live from King's Resort. There was starting entry field size of 1,053. 9 hopefuls remain, chasing that first prize of €91,000. And look at this for the opening proceedings. Rasmus could lose about half his stack here against Georgie if it all goes through like it's supposed to. Cooler alert. Call the cops. 3-bet is to 720. There is the man himself who was getting called a Harry Potter lookalike last night. Hope he's brought his wand and his magic spells. Piecing out a 4-bet, what looks to the tune of about 1.65 million. When he makes this sizing, he is definitely committing himself. I have seen stranger things happen now. But putting in 14 bigs and your opponent has 13 behind on top of the 14, it really is saying that I'm not 4-bet folding. Now, you will see it on GG Poker, of course, all the time. And other star-studded FTs. But maybe not so much in a 550 buy-in here. Rasmus could have something like Ace-4 suited, for example, here. But it doesn't matter. Maybe he can just fold, actually. Sorry, it's 19 bigs more. Yeah, he did make it a sizing where he could potentially get away from his hand if he had a bluff. Of course, he's not going to be folding queens. And look at the size of this pot. 8.4 million. Georgie's on his feet. Even though he has the best hand, 10-5-4 is the flop. I think Georgie should be sitting back down. Sharpish, mate. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. River is the 8 of clubs. No, all momentum shifting in that man's direction right here, right now. Let's see how they came in to this final table. Andre, your chip, no, not your chip leader. Oh, actually, is your chip leader. Yes, over 10 million. With Oliver with 3.6. Giuseppe, who you might remember from last night, had a very aggressive style. He comes in with 8 million. What a final table this is, by the way. Georgie now playing over 8 mil. Sami from Finland with 7 million. Rasmus from Finland with 7.3 after losing about half of that there with his queens. Now playing just under 4 million. And Richard Koppel from Estonia playing almost 10 million. This is a very, very heavily stacked final table. You've got Schuller up against the ropes, but it hasn't phased him. A couple of times when he's looked like he was going to be down and out. There's one pot after pot, and then you've got easy game rounding out the final table here. Your clear short stack sub 10 big blinds. So greetings wherever you were tuning in from, YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the Kings Resort website. No World Series of Poker Europe tickets up for grabs at this FT. But I don't think it matters too much. Imagine they were playing for all those tickets and 50 big blinds deep. A lot of big stacks. It's astonishing, really. We did start an hour earlier than normal today. We've got from 24 players to 9 very quickly, and that's why you're seeing such a huge average stack. Giuseppe betting 350. Sami is going to call 350 on the 7-4-3 flop. Turn goes check, check. River is the 3 of hearts. So Sami betting 375 here on the river as a blockerish type sizing. And Giuseppe might call this one. Can't beat much, but that 6 diamonds is a very helpful card to have. We block flush and straight draws. Or sorry, flushes and straights that are out there. No more draws to come. There's 5 on board. 3, 7, 4, Jack 3. Giuseppe blocks hands that contain the straight. Anything with a 6. Five, 6, of course. So he's got a really good hand to call down with here. You block hands like 8, 9, 9, 10. Or we unblock hands like that Sammy would have as a bluff. I think Giuseppe should be calling there for that price. Giving Sammy a lot of credit there. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. I just feel like he's getting the guts of 5-1 on his money there. Doesn't need to be good that often to make it a profitable call. ARG says he shouldn't be calling on that river. I think if you break it down, we have a great hand to call with. We can beat any one diamond hand as well that's missed. ARG says, put yourself in that situation. What are you beating in his payoff wizard? Well, I wouldn't be making a habit of making that call for that price. I just feel like when we have that hand and we're getting about 5-1 on our money, sometimes you just got to pay the guy. It is a great value amount, but been doing a bit of studying about this ARG, and these blockerish sizings can often be very, very weak hands. That's how they're disguised. They can be very strong. They can be very weak. And with our stack size there, I would just pay the man. Richard Couple is your table captain by 2 bigs. Andre in second place with 80. Georgie with 69. Sammy with 65. Giuseppe 60. Rasmus with 31. Oliver with 28. Shula with 15. And Easy Game with 7. I'm going to do a little bit of homework here on the side ARG and see how much these players are up on their Hendon mob. I am not too familiar with anyone at this FT. I don't think so. Obviously, I mentioned that I was commentating on some of their play last night. We do have a mixed bag here. First guy out of the gate is Oliver. He is up 100k. Next up, we've got Sammy, who is up 231,000. And Richard Coppel is up $79,187. Rasmus is up 134,000. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Oliver flopping the nuts. Andre is up $320,000. Don't know about Shula, an easy game. And I can't get any info on Georgi Surmava. It says something about 6K maybe, so that's indicating they haven't had a lot of live tournament success. But like we said before, and say it many times again, these players could be playing cash for many years. Richard decided to go for a double barrel here, betting 750k. Playing right into Oliver Kubalek's hands. Expected to see Richard just give up here on the turn. He's undeterred. And Giuseppe Grupposo. Total live earnings of almost $32,000. So that's the homework done. If anyone has any additional information about any of the players, be sure to let me know. We do see some Hollywooding from Oliver, of course, before calling. Richard decided to continue with his execution there. Oliver snapping him off with the nuts. I think Richard should probably just be giving up on the river. It's Oliver's board, really. From under the gun +2 and we're 9-handed. ARG says if you see Frankie, tell him Argos said hi and give him a hug. Not sure who Frankie is. Just reminds me of Scarface. He's like, you know what a hazard is, Frank? It's a pig, Frank. A pig that don't fly straight. ARG says it's the Festival Series boss and owner. All right, yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm not at Kings. I'm at home here in my kennel, my little office in Ireland. Hood Hunter is on board, says, who doesn't love a Scarface quote? Agreed. Forget about 13-5, man. And Shulla will call from the big and say hello to my little friend. Shulla with the pocket sevens. Easy game with the queen 10 of clubs. Easy game, the at-risk player. It's 60-40 after the flop on the king 4-9. 2 diamonds. It's not such an easy game anymore, man. Turn is the 4 of hearts, and the river is the 3 of spades. And Shula gets the first elimination at the final table. Easy game has been eliminated. Standard enough shove, standard enough call. Unlucky sir, good game. 8 players remaining now. Easy game taking home €6,811 for his efforts, and that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €8,600. Blinds are now 80, 160, 160. 80k small blind, 160k big blind with 160k running big blind ante. It hasn't brought the average stack down too far though. Average stack is still 6.5 million. Full house for Oliver on the flop. Oliver Dolliver. Giuseppe. Gonna bet now. Rep that king or something to that effect. We see a bet of 1.325 million here from the big blind with his flop full house. I don't really like this on the Deuce of Diamonds River. What are we trying to say? That isn't a very strong hand. Check call the turn and then make a very large bet on the river. I think he's far better off checking and letting our opponents hang themselves. As Johan, the main man, says, dinner break and bridge for me. Enjoy the stream. Enjoy your bridge. Don't go quietly into the night. Take it down. Thank you for your help. So the strategy here for the 8 remaining hopefuls is to really protect their stack if you're in the bigger category with close to 50 big blinds or plus, or say just 40. The shorter stacks are going to have to get busy. I guess my point I'm trying to make is there's a couple of stacks that are very similar. They don't want to be tussling with each other in too many pots. 2 pair here for Giuseppe. 525 is the bet from Giuseppe. Andre just forced to let his hand go. Worst hands with a very good point here, by the way. Ace Queen might check back, hoping to beat Miss Club, since a king or a jack probably isn't folding the river. Wondering if Big Blind took big sizing to make it look bluffy against an Ace X or King X type holding. I think that is a good point that I overlooked. I just think in a vacuum, overall, we just want to check and let our opponent bet again. He's not going to check behind with a king. He's going to probably go for external value. Yes, we can rep missed clubs or a missed straight draw. But the overall range there, when we check from the big blind on the river, if our opponent doesn't have that strong of a hand, yes, ace queen might just check back. It also might bet to try to get a jack to fold. But there are under pairs and some other hands that are going to bet the river for us. So there are many ways of skinning a cat or a sheep or whatever your animal you want to insert there. Skin a stingray came up earlier. But thank you for your comment, worst hands. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Andre taking down the blinds and antes with his king-9 off suit from the button. Shula with a monster here. Ace Queen. Maybe not quite a monster with 8 remaining. But a nice hand to pick up, sub 20 bigs nonetheless. Min raises round to the button here for Georgie. Now, all options on the table here for Georgie. He could fold. He can call in position. He could make a small 3-bet to leverage Shula's entire stack. If I had a hand like maybe ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 offsuit, could either put those in the muck or use them as a small 3-bet. With a hand as strong as ace-5 suited, I think I just want to see a flop in position. Rasmus gonna go for it here from the big blind. Shula has a very good hand. But ICM-wise, I'm not sure how great ace-queen does if you put this one into a solver. We don't use that word on this channel, but ace-queen offsuit might just be a fold here, folks, is what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way. It has the additional value of the button calling. When the button calls, most likely not going to be calling an all-in here for 22 bigs. Rasmus can have hands like ace-jack and maybe even ace-10 suited. But other than that, he's going to be up against a lot of pairs. And if he's not up against a pair, he's going to be dominated by a hand like ace-king, aces, kings. At the same time, he's still flipping against jacks. I think the whole point is we don't want to flip here. But when he's one of the shortest stacks, he is going to go for it. I think Shula is the shortest, and therefore ICM not as big of a factor. Having said that, ICM is at one of its strongest points right about now. Shula does make the correct call. Gets rewarded on the flop. Rasmus picks up a jack, needs another one. Turn is a king. River is another king. And Shula taking that away. $37 big blinds now. I'm not saying that ace-queen should be a fold there, by the way. In fact, I think ace-queen is just going to be a little bit too strong. Obviously, we'd prefer if we were suited. And we are one of the shortest. So therefore, I think it's a call. But say there was one or two players shorter than us, I think ace-queen then becomes a clear fold. And I will also say he's lucky to be up against ace-jack or ace-10 because I don't think many other hands that we dominate rejam. Maybe a hand like king-queen suited occasionally. King-queen offsuit. There's not many combos that we're going to be dominating apart from the ace-jack and maybe ace-10. You're going to be flipping a lot there. Or you're going to be up against ace-king. So Shula, lucky to find one of those combos that he's dominating. Puts Rasmus in a very unfortunate position now with 5 big blinds. Sometimes we would just call there, by the way. I think maybe call is better than shoving with the ace-jack suited from the big blind. Maybe his reasoning for rejamming as well is because there's dead money on the button. Well, perceived dead money from the button. It doesn't mean that he can't find calls with hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s that decide to flat. We do see the jam for 4.3 big blinds from Rasmus on the button. Shula is just going to call with the 9-4 off suit for 525 more. A tad bit ambitious, one would think. Jack 10-10 is the flop, and Rasmus might get a soft double up here. I don't know how bad Shula's call is, actually, considering he has his big blind invested and his big blind ante. It looks like it was 525 more. Rasmus surviving. Shula is going to 3-bet to 1.1 million here from the small blind. Andre with a monster. And he just puts a stop to that 4-bet ripping. Taking that one away from Schule. Georgie's turn to pick up ace king. And he will take that one down. We see a bet at 175. And that will be enough to take that one down as well. So you're seeing a lot of this jabbing and stabbing and taking down small pots, but they all add up at this late stage, chasing the first prize of €91,000. Oliver taking that one down. Case in point, taking down the blinds and antes. Every time you do that, you're adding that couple of bigs to your stack. Do that a few times and it starts to add up significantly. You're going to see some cagey play here. No one wants to bust before the shorty. He did double up to nearly 10 big blinds. 10 big blinds on the nose. In fact, 1.6 million. Let's it go. Back to Richard. Sammy defending with the 7-5 off suit against under the gun +1 open. Seems a little bit wide for my liking. Now, I actually don't mind it too much because he has Richard covered. I would way prefer to be suited with the 7-5. This is Sammy checking and Richard just going to check back on the 5-6-8 king loose board. Could raise into 325 with the king queen offsuit, and Rasmus not going to defend with the ace 7 offsuit. We do see kings at kings for Rasmus from the small blind. Andre opening from the hijack, and this could very well be a big double up for Rasmus. Andre going to call, of course. If Andre hits an ace, we're going to have another casualty. It is the golden opportunity for Rasmus to double up to almost 3 million. Andre catching a piece of it, but with 3 hearts on the flop, Rasmus having the king of hearts. An 88% equity, 3 of clubs rolling off on the turn. And the diamonds on the river. And Rasmus now with 18 big. Big double up when you're the shorty there picking up kings. That's 2 double ups in a row for that man right there. Rocking the poker face hoodie in a white colour. Used to seeing it in the black. They have it in the white now as well. Georgie raised to 330 from the hijack. Rasmus, with his newfound gold, gets out of the way on the button with King 10 off suit. Richard picking up a big pair here, or a mid pair anyway. With pocket nines, is he just going to call? All options on the table there for the pocket nines, by the way, but when Georgie has a very similar stack to us, I think the superior play becomes to just call. 10-4-3 is the flop. We see a bet of 420 and a call on the 4-3-10 flop. Turn is the queen of clubs. Richard not going to like this turn card. There's now 2 overcards out there to his pocket pair. It depends whether Georgie wants to try get to showdown or does he want to use his hand as a bluff. Looks like he's going to go for a bluff. Now, sometimes we might double barrel here, and depending on the river, we're just going to check back. We bet twice, and then it's time to give up. Other times we might empty the clip. It looked like he was going to bet, and now he's second guessing himself. Decides to check. Maybe a bit of fake telling going on there. Wants his opponent to know that he was going to bet. And he will take down another pot. You feel the tension out there. Lights, camera, action. They've been playing for many days on end. A lot of the competition remaining here as well seem very evenly matched. Obviously don't have an extremely large sample size to go on. Definitely a bit of a feeling out period going on with 8 remaining. Such significant pay jumps as well. 8 going to take home €8,600. 7 going to take home €12,000. So this is the last elimination before everyone is going to secure a 5-figure payday. Not bad from €550. What a flop this is for Oliver. Opening with the Jack 10 of spades. King 7-8 is the flop. Andre defending with pocket fours. Oliver going to check back on the flop. Doesn't want to get check raised. So much equity. I still think I would be more inclined to bet that flop with so much equity. Definitely wants to be betting now. Especially when we check back on the flop. It's not a great turn card, although, wow, just going to check again. This is just a bit too passive for my liking now from Oliver. Want to be betting like at least a quarter pot there on the flop and then double barreling. And the double barrel could be somewhere in the region of about 80% pot. Oh, wow. Oliver. Letting Andre get the showdown there with pocket fours is no bueno. Paint B is in the house, actually says. Wow, great minds think alike there, Paint B. Yeah, he said the exact same thing. We most of the time agree. Well, we're definitely not supposed to agree all the time. I like debating hands. Sometimes, I'm more engaging than others. It depends. You only get what you give. What you receive back. Andre with 62 bigs now. Your chip leader. Richard with 55. Sammy with 45. Giuseppe with 44. Oliver with 41. Georgie with 40. And then 2 players under 40 bigs. I missed the end of that leaderboard there. You see just how closely contended they are in the middle of the pack there. This is the battle of attrition. Nice to have you with us, by the way, Faint B. Hope you're keeping well. Been a fun final table so far. Faint B asked, are there any regulars? There's a couple. I went and done all the homework there at the start of the final table. There's very few players that aren't up the guts of 100k, actually. A couple with 30 or less, and then one or two with 250. And I Googled everyone at the final table, and now obviously I've closed the tabs. I can't remember who was who. Obviously the Finnish guys, top of the list. But there's no one. I couldn't find any information about Georgi Surmava. Richard Koppel was up the guts of 150k. We don't have any info on Shula or Easy Game. Easy Game is gone now. The Finnish guy's up the guts of 250, I think. Each. Andre was up over 100. Giuseppe was 80. And I think Oliver had less than that. Georgie folding, and he will take that one down. Couple of hands left before the break. I didn't expect that 3-bet either. So, I guess I've answered your question to a certain degree, Faint B. Rasmus is gaining traction. He started the final table with 7 million, had a lot of hands not go his way. He's rebounded nicely. Sammy's got some moves in his arsenal. Andre's been quite aggressive. Giuseppe was quite aggressive last night. Not as aggressive at this final table so far. Richard Koppel is a good player. Shula has had some moves, has not been afraid to put chips across the line. That's for bloody sure. Oliver's been getting involved a decent amount, but there's one or two hands now. He's been quite passive. It's tough, man. It's a 550 buy-in. Lights, camera. They've been playing for many days on end. Can only make so many good decisions in a day. Decision fatigue. I always talk about it on here. Now, having said that, it is only about 6:30 or so at Kings. Hopefully, they all got a good sleep. It actually finished relatively early last night. But expect the unexpected nonetheless. Like I said, it's tit for tat out there at the moment because they're all so closely contended in chips. There's this hand and one more hand before the break. Three bet to 700k. Richard could 4-bet and juice here. Sometimes we might just absolutely rip the lot. There you go. The Ace King taking that one down, and looks like they're going on break now. I thought it was one more hand. That was the last hand before the break. See you all in 15 minutes. Lots more action to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop, this type of texture, calls you on the flop, check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Missed ace-X of hearts? Can't be ace-queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace-jack, ace-king. Seems like ace-king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean.
Because the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot, and bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper.
I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
Yeah.
You're talking. Okay.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, double board.
No, because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah.
in that game.
Even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much. I know whenever they have it though, every hand is all in. Like for the most part, like every pot is like gigantic. That's lineup too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera.
Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have
Why
queen
not?
ten?
Yeah.
What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
Nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings. No, 6-4-3. He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's
he
has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8. He didn't have an 8.
Never can.
No, he never has an 8. He was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it.
The first guy didn't have an 8. That guy
With the
didn't.
10K?
What?
With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. They any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick. I don't believe him. I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think
there's
I
no-
can, right?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way. You have 8. No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
For
have
sure.
pocket kings.
And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen at deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in. Here
It
comes-
does turn a flush draw.
this
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time? You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society, they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no? No. So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the move.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time and he won? Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Nevalainen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full. For Nevalainen means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
He's very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when he see a couple of balls. He likes to do that. I mean, sometimes we wake up with a hand.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in. Tough river. I saw you.
Set of
in Bahamas.
nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has
in.
the flush draw.
Like online. It works as long as it works.
Online, easier.
Good habit. Yeah. Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet. Hands bullet. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
And you
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Hyper aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against two-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was it.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Hope you all had a nice dinner. I had a lot of turkey to attend to there. Very nice indeed. Giant turkey legs. All the trimmings. Still 8 players remaining. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final table of the Rozvadov Festival main event live from the King's Resort. Poker Braz with the raid of 84 people. Wow. What a raid, man. Thanks a million. Hope you are well, my friend. Poker Brad says good luck to Sammy and Rasmus and Richard, all of whom I know from live poker tours. See, this is the kind of info I was looking for earlier. I knew sometimes it just, someone's Hendon mob just doesn't tell the full story. They can be cash game regs. They can be on the scene for many years. They might have just had 1 or 2 huge results. That's a really nice day. Thanks a million. Lauren, he says, that sounds like Sven. I am from Ireland. Not as educated in the poker realm as a man of Sven caliber. I put that man in the highest of regards. Been watching his channel there for a while, like a little ghost in the corner. Really like the way that man's being playing. Big shout out to Sven, actually. Guy's just really good at boxing. It's like he's hitting them with the jab, the double jab, and the booster. He's really good at navigating his way through fields, and if they do this, then he'll do that, and he's really good at figuring out what way people are playing and having a counter strategy. Connor has a great channel as well from ACR. Easy with Aces. Got to give him a shout out. Got to support your own. Lauren says, my fellow Irishman. Blinds have gone up after the break, by the way. 100k is now the small blind. 200k is the big blind with a 200k running big blind. Ante, that's 100, 200, 200. This will put more pressure on the shorter stacks. Having said that, the average stack is almost 33 big blinds. People love when I say that on the channel. 33 and a third. We got some action here. Sammy, moon raising. Oh, falling with the pocket 9. Sammy with the ace jack, and Georgie now. Ace queen off suit from the big blind. Do we just go for the lot here for 23 bigs? I think that's probably our best bet. When Sammy opens from under the gun, he's got the guts of 50 bigs to start the hand. And Oliver calling in the cutoff, which would be perceived as dead money if we jam, usually. Now, he does have a very strong hand here. And Georgie just decides to call. And I'm all for calling or jamming there. Against an under the gun open and a call from the cutoff, I would be more inclined to just call from the big. But we will see a lot of players just jam sub 25 bigs to start the hand. And Maureen is in the chat. I see you said hello last night, Maureen. I didn't happen to have the tab open at the time. I was having some computer issues. It was frozen. I ended up talking to the wall for a while. No one could hear me for the first frame or two of last night's comms. Always fun when you're talking to yourself. First sign of madness, they reckon. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Oliver, top set. We called the 250k bet. Important to note, if Georgie jammed from the big blind, which I might be more inclined to do than just call there. Honestly, could do either or. ICM probably just wants to call. I'm not sure the exact shorties that are here. We will find out in a moment. If the ace-queen jams there, nines can't call. There's one for you. Not for such a large portion of our stack. It's 23 bigs, and we have 31 bigs behind now, so would have been sub 35. So it would be 2/3 of our remaining stack. I think that would be like a tens or a jacks plus type of a situation, because the big blind is not supposed to be jamming that wide with so much money on the line. Such significant pay jumps. Turn is the king of clubs. 550 is the bet now from Sammy. And this is a nice card for him to double barrel. Barreling with diamonds, some ace-x type holdings. He mightn't just be done with a second barrel there. So I think the best way to play our hand is just to continue with a call in a vacuum. Obviously, player dependent. Or it says action man Sven. Nah. We can't do that to Sven. Sven calls. Fampy says, are you going with ace queen? You could go all in with the ace queen. Against such an aggressive opener from under the gun and a call from the cutoff, the more I think about it, the ace queen probably plays best as a shove against this particular lineup. But if you put that into a solver or put in the ICM, I would say ace queen would say just to call. MJ is going to give me a big head there now, saying went to the festival channel, but it's not like my commentary. Wow. With this compliment, you're really spoiling me. It is gross for the nines, but I think you need to fold. Yes, that's what I was saying. I don't know if I'd be folding tens or jacks. Definitely jacks. I mean, jacks probably plays a different pre. Surely you want to be 3-betting with the jacks. Could make an argument for 3-betting the nines and not be sandwiched in between the blinds and the original opener. But when the opener is from under the gun, I think we just want to call. Especially when the under the gun has us covered. Poker Bros said it should be a pretty easy jam. Rasmus did the same thing before with Ace Jack. Yeah, we've seen that. I actually think that was a little bit light, Poker Bros, the Ace Jack. Okra says Gibraltar joining as a Schengen associate, so we will have EU flights coming soon. Maybe easier then to get a weekend festival series here. Sorry, they're talking to each other. Yeah. Great to see so many new people in the chat. I love it. What a raid that was. Giuseppe going from the min here with 6-7 suited from the hijack. Round to Sammy in the small blind. Queen Jack off suit. And Shula is going to go for a raise with the 10s off 13 bigs to start the hand. I actually think this is superior to jamming with 8 players still remaining. If there's significant action behind him, he can get rid of his hand. If the blinds come along for the ride, a lot of the flops are just going to favor us with having an overpair. And if there's a 3-bet, like a little cheeky 3-bet from one of the larger stacks, I would stick it in his eye. Yappa Snap is back, says, "Are we traveling team? You tell us." We've got loads of new people in the chat. Yappa Snap, we got a raid with nearly 100 people. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's some sharks in the water, mate. There's a few sharks remaining in this field for sure. And they are still fairly deep. Average stack, 33 big blinds. Lauren says she successfully 4-bet folded Queens live 4 days ago. Buggers. Sometimes when they put in the 5-bet, they actually have it. I'm sure it was a great fold. Someone wants this guy's hoodie gone. I'm not used to seeing this apparel unless it's in the black version with the poker face. But all is fair. Everyone has the chance to wear that hoodie if they want. Seems like a good time to mention the merchandise store on the Kings Resort website. If you're new to this channel, that's where you can find out all the additional information. And be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Poker Ninja indeed. Lauren says she got shown King King. It's great when they confirm your suspicions. Well, I would ask now, Lauren, how early in the tournament or how late in the tournament was it? It definitely does play a factor. And it depends how deep you are, of course. But sometimes when you know, you know. Level 4. Yeah. Seems like a good time to be able to get rid of them. Put the two ladies into the muck and survive. Best case scenario, a lot of the time there, you're going to get shown Ace King. Some people just do fire off. And if it's a rebuy, sometimes you're going to look foolish. But when you know, you know. Do see Oliver defending. And Richard with Ace Jack of Hearts. Queen 7-7 is the flop, 2 hearts. Giorgi picking up 2 blackjacks, 20 bigs to start the hand from under the gun +1. This is where Erasmus might get 2 out of line here and shove 7s. I don't really like it because Giorgi hasn't been out of line at all. And off this stack depth, his range of hands that he's going to be opening is going to be quite tighter than it would be had he been one of the bigger stacks, saying with the guts of like 50 bigs. And that's why I think that's a great fold by Erasmus. Doesn't even want to call. Pat himself on the back. The Poker Ninja will survive. A lot of players might just rip there. Lauren says she's nervous about August. Won a fully covered EPT Barcelona main event. Wow. That's a great prize to win. Congrats. Giuseppe defending. Flop is Ace King 3. Giuseppe, who's been quiet, but that's because he hasn't got all the chips he would have had last night. He was in pole position, bagging and tagging. They're all kind of in that zone, aren't they, between the 25 and 40 big blind zone. The friend zone, right where you left me. Yabasnap says, oh, sweet. Welcome, everyone. As you can see, Dan's still practicing his Aussie accent, getting better, eh, Dan? Yeah. I can't overkill doing the Aussie accent. Otherwise, then when I do it, well, it'll just be no good. And Ian JP says, what's there to be nervous about? Just more card reps with new faces. You'll be all right. There's a lot of regs. And the King 10 going into the muck there, by the way. I think the King 10 kind of has to fold there on the turn, Lauren. That's a nice pickup by the Jacks, by the way. Undeterred. The ace-8 taking that one down. Those pink chips, by the way, in case you were wondering, are 500k a pop. White chips, 100k. Greens are the 25s. Lawrence's ace-8 offsuit under the gun is an ugly raise, not going to lie. Well, I believe he was on the button there, Lauren, on that particular one. He was indeed, yeah. You just see him folding from the cutoff. Folded around to Giuseppe in the cutoff with two ladies. And look at this. Call the cops. Andre has the kings at kings. And Giuseppe has been patient, a lot more patient than he would have been late last night. He was really putting his foot on the gas. I don't see any way that Giuseppe doesn't go broke here. We want to make it about 1.1 million, slightly less than 3x. Goes for a 3 bet of 1.1 million. Giuseppe jamming for 30 bigs, and Andre with kings. Commits the chips, and here we go. Biggest pot of the tournament so far, 12.65 million. 63 big blinds. And if Giuseppe doesn't find a lady, he's going to be out of here in 8th place. Ace, 7, 5. It looks like there's only one out in the deck for Giuseppe. It doesn't arrive on the turn. Needs to be the case queen. It does not arrive. Giuseppe Gruppopozzo from Italy has been eliminated in 8th place. Taking home €8,600 for his efforts, and that means all 7 remaining players are guaranteed a 5-figure payday. Lauren says she needs coffee, Jesus. Coffee does often make me feel like Jesus. You feel a bit unstoppable after a lot of caffeine. However, 6 in the evening. Can't be drinking coffee at this hour. Although I did just have a glass of Coca-Cola with me dinner, so. Andre now, overwhelming chip leader. And you've got 3 players in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all within a couple of bigs of each other. For the first 30 minutes at least, yes, indeed. There's no way anyone was getting away from those queens. I just don't see it. Not in that lineup, in that scenario. Not fun when the coffee wears off if you've been drinking it all day. I've weaned myself off coffee gradually over the last 18 months or so. Before that, I would have, wow, I could have 5 cups of instant coffee a day with 2 spoons each, so 10 spoons of coffee a day. No problem. And I was a chocoholic. I'd have to have coffee. If I was having a coffee, I'd have to have the chocolate. Sometimes I wonder, was I just having a coffee so I could eat more chocolate? Couldn't have one without the other. I'm just going to call you JP. Is it Ian JP or Ian? What way is it pronounced? A good green tea is what I was going to say when you put in about black tea. I used to love tea. Obviously, I'm from Ireland, like a Lyons or a Barry's. I suppose you would call it an English breakfast. I had COVID like 5 times, and ever since then, I just don't like the taste of tea, and I moved over to coffee. Coffee's just a lot stronger, and I think a good balance between the two is a really nice green tea. And late at night then, I love a midnight tea with lavender, elderflower, chamomile, a handful of pistachios, and an orange to produce the melatonin. Oh, there's your biology lesson for today. I suppose it's not biology. Chemistry, a bit of both. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. Richard going to 3-bet to 1.2 million. Sammy doing nothing wrong there, opening and having to fold to the pressure. I will say the big blind, by the way, that man right there was It seems to me like he's one of the more competent people at this table. Having said that, don't know if I love that hand he played with 9s earlier. Having said that, though, at least he was willing to fire flop, turn, and river. As JP says, he got COVID like 5 times. Elderflower lemonade got him through it. Don't know if I've had the elderflower lemonade myself. Andre now on the tear. He just wants to keep accumulating chips. Does not want to double up any of those 40 big blind stacks, for example, or anyone for that matter. But if he does double up one of those 40 big blind stacks, it's just uno reverso. So a 40 big blind stack doubling up now just becomes your chip leader, and we have 3 of those remaining in the field with 7 players fighting it out for €91,000. Oliver defending Richard, the original opener. King Jack Jack is the flop, and I would just see Oliver checking, and Richard probably just going to take this one away with a quarter pop bet. $2.75 is the bet. Basically a quarter pot. And Richard will take that one down. Interesting question coming in from one of our new friends in the chat. JP says, what's my take on the translation from my casting analysis to live play? We're wondering if you ever get in your own head from seeing so many situations. Yeah, definitely. It's a big translation. Because what you see at Kings, I've been playing a decent amount online recently. I'm predominantly an online player, or was for many, many years. Mainly on PokerStars back in the day. And I don't get to play that much live because I'm doing the commentating, and I was in college and stuff. But anytime I am playing live and I'm well prepared, the Irish Open recently would spring to mind. I could really, really see how much I was learning from doing all the commentating and then trying to put it into action. Excuse the pun. It can definitely get in your head. some of the things you'd see at Kings, you mightn't see in other poker rooms, shall we say. But there is a lot to pick up on. I will say this, though. People are like, oh, you must be getting so good at dissecting live spots now from commentating for so long. But if you're on about live tells or picking up reads, it's very hard to do that while you're commentating. But it's amazing to me if I watch an EPT or I go back through a stream, what I can pick up on and what I can see when I'm not commentating. I hope that answers your question. In Ireland, we have some of the craziest games. I mean, everywhere thinks they have the craziest games, but in Ireland, you go into these rooms and everyone's drinking, etc. So there's a lot of crack, a lot of fun and banter at the table. But again, that can be distracting towards picking up on the information that you're asking about. So thank you for your question. Hope that explains it in a roundabout way. I try not to talk too much about live tells because I don't know if it's fully fair on the players if they're listening back and then I have something wrong or it's in reverse. If I see something that's abundantly clear, someone's really Hollywooding, or all the telltale signs that most players would notice, I will obviously laugh or make a comment about it. But the nitty-gritty things like someone might do with their baby finger or the way they move their shoulder or something, I try not to get too much into that because it's easy for me to confirm when I can see the cards. But then I might see something similar when I go play live myself and be completely wrong. So I hope that further answers your question in a roundabout, meandering response. No pair, no draw, says Lurkin. Busy work day. Hope everyone is doing well. And hi, Dan. Hi. Average stack 7.5 million now. Still close to 40 bigs. What a testament this is to how great these structures are for a €550 buy-in. Just incredible. JP says that was spot on. Great response. Good man. Thank you very much. We see the ace-8 opening from under the gun, and Lauren said she didn't like an ace-8 open there earlier, but it happened to be from the button. This time, he's raising from under the gun off maybe 12 blinds total here. Put the ace-8 offsuit, seven-handed. I don't like this personally. These ace-6, ace-7, and ace-8 offsuit combinations don't play well. Even if we have a blocker here, you want to have something suited. Would way prefer to do this with ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 suited. Even like ace-9 offsuit. These stickers with an 8, 7, or 6 play very bad. I just feel like there's better spots. Now, having said that, we are seven-handed, so under the gun, not quite under the gun anymore. I just think a man of Poker Ninja's caliber and find a better combo to open with there. Shula's turn to min raise from early position. I way prefer this with the king 9 suited. 13 bigs, under gun +1, which is basically mid position now. Rasmus will fold his Jack 4 suited. The suited Robbie going into the muck. Shula with a nice pickup there, by the way. Adding those chips to his short-ish stack. Now over 15 bigs. JP says, Ace is live with so few players. Risky, yes, but valid. JP says he said Ace is live with so few players. Risky, yes, but valid. I think I might have read that comment out already. You mentioned card rooms in Ireland with the banter and drinks, reminding me of what I have in Los Angeles. A bunch of nits cosplaying as card sharks. What have you got there? They're dressing up as furries, are they? Complete opposite. Great that you are joining us all the way from LA. Hope you're staying safe given the current climate. We don't really mention news or politics or religion around here. Rasmus finds a jammable king-queen here from the button. Richard with a bit of a decision here for 6.3 bigs. I think ace-8 offsuit's just going to be good enough. I actually would still fold ace-6 offsuit and maybe even ace-7. I think ace-8 would just beat more combinations and it's not too much of our stack to risk. I might still let hands like ace-deuce and ace-3 offsuit go there and maybe ace-4 offsuit plus for 6 bigs. Again, if I put this into an ICM calculator, it would probably tell me I'm being too loose. Maybe it's because it's our mantra around here. We want action for the action army. But we do have it all in the call. King, Queen, 10 is the flop. That's an awesome start for Rasmus. The cat with 9 lives. Ninja Kitty. Turn is the 3 of clubs. River's the 4 of spades. And that won't hurt Richard too much. She's still playing 10 million on the nose, which is good for 50 big blinds. And Rasmus now playing 15 big blinds. After a nice little double up for him. JP says, well, there goes any ace-8 off argument I had. Yeah, now anymore, if he'd be closer to 10 bigs there, I think we can just start folding. But 7 or below, we're dancing. Rasmus with a nice rejam here with the King Jack of clubs. Facing the open from Sammy in the hijack with ace-5 off suit. That's another very nice pickup for Rasmus. As JP says, Mr. Ninja is playing a bit tight, especially with his stack size. You know his hand is going to be decent when he shoves. Well, he's kind of had it. It's not his first rodeo either, JP. A lot of the remaining players have at least 100k in tournament live earnings. That's why you're seeing it very tit for tat. It's a tactical battle out there. Every chip mattering so much, and they're still so deep, with the average stack being 7.5 mil. Rasmus staying active here as the blinds go up. Small blind is now 125k. Big blind is now 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Andre staying active. Expecting him to be opening wider and wider, as he should. Andre betting 350. Takes down another one. 18 million now for him. He wants to just keep opening into his opposition, keep peppering them with the jab. If he's to fire the jab, double jab booster, then so be it. He's nearly double the chips of Richard in second place with 40, Big Sammy with 30, Oliver with 30, Rasmus with 15, Georgie with 14, and Shula with 10. For Andre, this is an ideal situation. He's got 3 stacks that are 20 big blinds or below, and then he's got 3 of those middling stacks with 40, 30, and 30. So no one wants to bust before the other. There is significant pay jumps here at stake. ICM is at one of its strongest, and he has 34% of all the chips in play. So the average stack is now 30 big blinds on the nose. Stanley opening from the button with 8-6 offsuit. Richard defending with 8-5 offsuit. Don't love Richard's defend here, but because he has Sammy covered, it's not so bad. Richard checking on the turn, and Sammy going to bet 400k. Sammy will take that one down after Richard folds. Now, from the hijack with 14 bigs, I wouldn't mind seeing a rip considering what's at stake. Such massive pay jumps. But having said that, from an earlier position here, see the R7 handed now, you can make an argument for just ripping this one, but I think with almost 15 bigs, I would be more inclined to use this as a min raise. Sammy wants to make this about 1.3 million. Goes for 1.4. So Georgie's going to call, leaves himself with 8.5 big blinds behind. I wasn't sure now if Georgie should maybe just pull the trigger and 4-bet rip there. It's ICM suicide. It's a disaster call. But if you believe your opponent is going to be at it with that raise size to 1.4 million, perhaps if there's more of a dynamic, you can just stick it in his eye. Stick it in and think of Ireland. But with ace-jack suited, your hand is nearly too good to not see a flop, but we're out of position. I think it's kind of a situation there where we want to rip pre or just fold. Rip pre as in 4-bet rip. Or, like I aforementioned, just rip the 14 bigs with the ace-jack suited. Andre going to bet 350 here. 3 deuce is the flop. Oliver defending with the ace-10 suited. I think we want to call and see a turn for this sizing. No, just decides to put it in the muck. And patience is a virtue. Georgie getting a little fed up, it seems like. Bit impatient. Just shoving 8.5 bigs into 6 players behind. With the queen 9 offsuit. Bit excessive of a jam here. Looks like he's going to get it through. Rasmus, 14 bigs, going for the min with the ace-10 suited from early position. Plone Poker says, rip, other word for jam. Yeah, rip it, send it, ship it. Very good, Lauren. Stick it in and think of Ireland is one that I like to use. That's a big word like marmalade. I do have some funky expressions. I like putting nicknames on things and stuff. So if you ever feel like I'm being too excessive with that, be sure to let me know. For example, I call Jack's Jabracadas. And pronunciations wouldn't be my strong point as an Irishman. But we like to make fun of that around here. So as we do see this one escalating quickly. Rasmus going for this here with just ace-10 of spades on 8-6 deuce. Can beat some flush draws and straight draws. decided to take a stand. Turn is the Jack of Hearts and needs to get lucky on the river, or Georgie is going to have nearly 5.5 million chips. Doesn't arrive for Rasmus, and now Rasmus is dangerously short stacked. So Rasmus is just sticking it in here now. Looks like he's had enough. To be fair, sorry, he has 2 of his big blinds already invested. It's only 1.4 bigs behind. That's not the greatest start for Rasmus. However, he does have a flush draw. Could be worst. Turns the 10 of diamonds. No help to Rasmus. Rasmus needs to get lucky on this river, or we are going to be playing 6-handed. It doesn't arrive. We lose Rasmus. He does hit a pair, but it's not good enough. Really enjoyed commentating on this guy's game. Actually, I've missed the King-Queen folding there. We could get into talking about that. That might need to be a fold because he just doesn't really want to get involved. However, it's a great price to go multi-way to try eliminate the big blind there. Yeah, it seems too tight. I think we just want to call there and hopefully just get a check down to the river. We can see on this occasion he would have lost a chunk of change against the ace-king. We don't like to be thinking about things from a hindsight perspective. Nice payday for him nonetheless. Rasmus, sure we'll see him again. 12,000 euro for his efforts. And that means with 6 players remaining now, they're all guaranteed a minimum of 16,800 euro. And Richard is just absolutely slam dunking the funk out of this for 40 big blinds against Sammy's button open. Do not try that at home. Super overkill there. Do see a lot of good players doing this online with like 25, 30 bigs, but 40 bigs at Kings here, playing for 91,000 euro. If he gets called there from the button open and range, oh, we are effed. Obviously, you're going to take it down 90% of the time, 95% of the time. Only about 1 in 20 times you're going to get called there, but maybe even less. But do we really want to risk 40 big blinds just to take down such a small pot? I don't think so. And we've got some action here. Richard is opening from the cutoff. Shula with 5.4 bigs. Commits the chips, and we're off to some form of a race. King 10-9 is the flop. No help to Shula. Shula needing an ace on the river, or we're going to be five-handed. Does not arrive. It's the 9 of spades. Richard now playing over 50 bigs. We lose Shula in 6th place. Very nice score for him. €16,800. No, Barry Greenstein is right. Maureen. So five-handed now. All guaranteed €22,500. Oliver min raising from the button with ace 8 of spades. And MJ saying Amesh Shule, the first weekend of the festival series, very nice kid and took some bad beats as well. He did. He got a few pay jumps there. Shula wasn't afraid. He made some one or two daring bluffs as well the last couple of tables. For his tournament life, by the way. Always gets my respect. Georgie now becomes one of the shorter stacks. Oliver. There's a lot of equity here on the ace jack deuce 4. Top pair, no flush draw. Delayed C betting, I believe. And it's Georgie, who was very impatient with a couple of spots there, gets the ladder. Five-handed now. I don't think there's going to be any discussion of a deal with such an overwhelming chip leader. Long way to go yet. Oliver with a monster here. Ace king of clubs. Makes it 550 to go. No pair, no draw. Says, dang, Oliver flop better. MJ wants to know why there isn't any World Series of Poker Europe tickets. I actually don't know for sure, but I just think they're being given away so many tickets in so many events. It's slightly refreshing in a way, to tell you the truth. Especially when we arrived to the final table with a 50 big blind average. We could be still looking at 7 or 8 handed here if all those tickets were in play. We see Sammy arriving to the river here on the 5-9, 10-9, 9 board with Jack high. Does he want to try take this pot away from Oliver, who's shown a propensity to be passive in certain situations? Average stack is over 10 million now, over 40 bigs once again. $350 is the bet from Sammy. He is going to try take this one away from Oliver. I feel like he needs to go for a larger sizing to make this work. Having said that, this sizing would probably even go... He would probably go for this sizing even with any pair. So he's gone for a little bluff. It hasn't worked, and Oliver takes that one away. I can't help but wondering if he had went for somewhere like 1.2 to 1.4 million. Would Oliver have been able to make the call then? I don't think so. So Andre now with 71 bigs, Richard with 51, Oliver with 39, Sammy with 33, and Georgie. Technically your shortest stack was still playing a very comfortable 18 big blinds. Richard narrowing the gap between himself and the chip leader. It is all to play for here. You see the payouts there on your right hand side. €91,001 for the eventual champion. No ticket bubble to worry about this time, MJ. Trips for Richard here defending. Andre. The ace 4. The 3 of clubs rolling off on the turn. I was wondering if Andre would want to continue firing. Just decides to check it back. Now Richard wants to go for a bet on the larger size. Could get called by any middling pair. Maybe even some ace highs. A 9, of course, the check back for pot control / deception. Richard will go for a bet. But will not get paid. It will take down another pot. Sammy taking down the blinds and answers with the ace jack off too. Sammy with the open. Richard going to 3-bet. You're going to see them getting more and more aggressive now, but there's just 5 remaining. With those chips to work. And that's a very nice pickup there for the ace-5 suited. The ace-jack in a bit of a bind as to whether to 4-bet, call, or fold. I don't really want to call out a position with the ace-jack offsuit combo. Maybe if we were suited, 4-bet 100% on the table. Decides against it and folds. Nothing wrong with that either. This poker ball says Gary Alamat, 34 points ahead going into today. I believe I was commentating on him last night. He's a fairly deep run. Andre going to bet 350 here. With the ace-9. Sammy with the best hand, ace-4. That king might be a card that Andre decides to rep now on the river. Or does he just decide to show down and hopefully he's good with his ace high? Does check. Can't beat much, to be fair. And Sammy might have very well brought the cap. Oh, Andre. So I think we just want to check down a considerable portion of the time. That board is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than our opening range. If we had a different sort of a hand where ace high just has no showdown value, we definitely want to be bluffing. So, folks, we have about 3 hands left before the break. Richard opening to 500k here with the ace-7 of spades. Oliver calling from the small blind with 9-8 of hearts. Flop is king, 3, deuce. Richard with the nut flush draw. $375 is the bet, and Oliver will let it go. Andre sticking it in from the small blind into Georgie. So 2 more hands before the break. You see bet at 400k in a call on the ace 7-5 button against the big blind. Sammy with 6-4 spades. King 4 of hearts for Andre. Sammy with an open ender on the flop. Does Andre want to go for a second barrel here? Blocks straight combinations. Wants to bet about 1.5 million here. And goes for a bet at 1.5 million. Six 4 might just get out of the way now. It's a nice double barrel from Andre. Going to put pressure on a 5, a 7, some straight draws. Sammy decides to call. Big River coming up now with over 5 million in the pot. 35.2. Pretty sick if this goes check, check. Andre just gives up and wins with king high. Sammy has missed everything. Knows he can't win by checking. Right, here we go. Do we ever just rip the lot here for 125% pot and even get some ace-x to fold occasionally? Like, what are you doing if someone rips all in and you're sitting there with ace-6, ace-7, well, ace-7 is 2 pair, ace-8. I mean, maybe I'm reaching and we just have to call with an ace anyway. If Andre wants to make a hand like a 7, a 5, just wants to like basically rip, like making it somewhere around 3.5 million maybe. And the graphic said 2.5 million there, but I'm pretty sure that was 3.5. Takes down another one. Now playing over 18 million once more. And we see a fold from Sammy in the small. Richard taking that one down with 6-7 of clubs, and we're going on a break for 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. One of these 5 remaining players is going to become your eventual Rosvedov Festival main event champion. You don't want to miss this. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
For some people work, for some not. I don't know.
Well, who's not afraid of monsters
That's
underneath
true.
the bed?
That's terrifying.
You know, nobody wants that.
8-5 deuce. Top pair for Rincon, second pair for Zibber, straight draw.
Now that's a flop.
Fasa. Straight flush draw, excuse me. Leads for 4K.
Just get it in, fellas. Play for all of it.
Nice fold. With these two, they might. We start, though, with a bet and a call. Oh, and the jack of clubs on the turn, making Mufasa the flush. And Rincon top 2.
Now Mufasa, after leading the flop, is going to check the turn. The moment, a disaster for Rincon. If he bets here, curious if Mufasa comes with a check raise. How does he want to navigate? He's reaching.
Goes about half pot, 8K.
The angry scowl from Mufasa as well.
Making the call. River 6 of diamonds. His hand is best. And another check.
As played, Rincon has no reason to believe that his hand isn't best with jacks and eights. Sizes it up to 25,000. Mufasa could be concerned about a flush over flush situation,
Sure.
given the line. And if he does just call, it's because of that. Otherwise, raise.
All in.
And there is that raise, the check jam.
3-4 you have. How much?
Ask for a count.
Sorry? 111. That was strong hand. I have flush.
Try and find the bluffs here, Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe 6-7 with one club in your hand.
You remember the lead on the flop maybe takes away some potential hands with ace of clubs in them. But there is that call. And the Bulgarian gets paid off on the check jam. Thank you, Mika. And so there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that
said better
the opposite way, saying
Right.
it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that the
I think-
Americans absolutely suck. Just,
yeah, that's
you know,
definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
Fedora. That's another app.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one. I don't have my phone. I'm going with my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
it is,
just get in there, go make money.
The evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round two.
These two will go at it again. Rincon the best of it so far, still, as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack 9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call river ace, aces and kings. For Rincon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
This is
Mufasa.
not the best card you want to see when you've got ace king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this Jack 9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the Jack is ever good at showdown. He's going to blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Too late to bet 5K. I should have done it. Right, check like this. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. Not really bad.
Kind of talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to
Let's
get off
it go.
of it. Oh, my.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Rani Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
You're right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm going to raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fall for a while and then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line and not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
tell fold tens on the river, but I still call, you know. Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with Queen Jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Now we're playing
with
poker.
the Ace King.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
Have a best hand.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We see Georgie, the short stack, the clear short stack, shoving all in with Queen 8 off suit. Definitely an air of impatience about him remaining in this tournament, and you can't blame him. All the players have such bigger stacks than him, but one double up, and he's right back in contention. Tom Hall, an English pro known as Jabracada, always used to say to me that patience is the most underrated skill in poker, and I'd be inclined to agree with him. Well, obviously, you can't be waiting around forever. But you got to find the balance somewhere in the middle. Again, if you're just tuning in on this Monday evening / fast becoming nighttime, it is the final day of the €550 Rozadov Festival No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort. 5 players remaining, all battling it out for €91,000. Georgie might just shove this one. King 5. There you go. Splish splash, I was taking a bet. Do. Splashing the pot. Getting his chips in there. And we'll take it down. Now playing 3.775 mil. So the strategy is pretty simple. Georgie with the short stack. Everyone wants to survive him. And then we have the big stack and a couple of the middling stacks. Blinds went up after the break, of course. 150 is now the small blind. 300k is the big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. Still have more than 33 big blinds as your average stack. I think it's closer to 35. Still over 10 million. All chasing that man there, the hometown hero, Andre. The 3-deuce suited defending. €320,000 in total live earnings, by the way. I would imagine your strongest competitor remaining in this field. I think I might have read that wrong earlier. I seen $31,734. I thought that was his total live earnings. His total live earnings nearly 10 times as much as that. I had a sneaky suspicion I might have had this a little bit wrong, because he's played very well, Andre. The clear favourite to take down this title, but all I'll say is there's a long way to go yet. Some strong opposition standing in his way. Andre will shove, and Georgie's going to be calling this one. Andre not loving this one. Like I said, he really doesn't want to be doubling up anyone. Standard jam, standard call. 7.25 million in the middle. Nearly 40% equity for the Jack 7. Well, that's a pretty good start for the Ace 10. Gio will sit back down. Bit of a smirk out of him. Richard picking up all these small pots is nipping away at the chip leader's heels. Oliver with aces raises to 650. Andre losing the chip lead, by the way. 3 bets to 1.55 million from the cutoff with the King Queen offsuit, and now Oliver deciding between calling, 4 betting, folding, only joking, or ripping. I think for this sizing and with aces specifically, we should just call. Oliver just wants to try get it in right here, right now. No messing around. Oliver now playing 10 million after 4-bet ripping or 4-bet committing himself. Things are starting to even out a little bit more here in this 5-handed affair. Richard with the overpair with the ladies here, and Andre might lose some chips with his top pair, albeit with a 4 kicker. Wow, that's some turn card for Andre, and the river giving him a full house. If we're going to bet from the big blind here, I'm going big. I don't want to see him bet less than 2 million. We can rep some busted straight draws, some busted flush draws. I like a 2 million bet here. And if he thinks Richard is going to have a lot of overpairs, he could go even larger. Pot size seems nice, somewhere around 2.7 mil, 2.8. Basically just bets pot. Gets snap called by Richard. Richard back down to 12 million. Andre up to 18, basically, once again. So that's how they're looking now. Andre basically with 60 bigs, Richard with 40, Oliver with 33, Georgie with 24, and Sammy with 19. Still over 150 big blinds in play. All guaranteed €22,500. Ace King taking that one down. Georgie goes for a little more than 3x here from the small blind with ace queen off suit. We see Andre opening from under the gun with the ace-queen offsuit, and Oliver going to defend with the jack-10 offsuit. 6-4-3 is the flop. This one going to smack the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the opener's range. Having said that, we are getting short-handed now. That's why you're going to see Andre check behind. Would I like to see Oliver maybe bet this turn? Just more passive play from Oliver. If he bets turn there and gets called, he can fire again on the river. Just not going to be winning with Jack High. We're at the bottom of our range there. We're very close to it anyway. Oliver makes it 850 to go with the King Jack of Hearts and takes that one down. I think it's fine to make it less than 3x, but against one of the chip leaders, I want to go a little bit bigger again, I think, than 850. A million seems like a good size. Somewhere in the zone of 3.5x. Because we're so deep, if we're shallower, you can get away with these 2.5, 2.8x raises. Sammy opening. I might have just let that hand go. Players there with the A6 offsuit. George going to defend with the trees. 9-4-7. Goes check, check. I might have just c-bet that one if I'm Sammy as well. If we get check raised, we can just get rid of our hand. There's some hands that we can double barrel. Pot control, not too bad. Sometimes you bet, sometimes you check. Sometimes you close the bet on the turn. Sammy takes that one down. Well, Sammy decides to just pull the trigger. Cut off against the big blind. 19 bigs against Oliver here. And Oliver can't be folding ace king. Shaking his head, wants a count. It's obviously a snap call, but he just wanted to make sure he's entitled to take a few seconds with his decision. I agree with you, chat. You should be calling quicker. King in the window. Let's not talk about how he should have called quicker. Sammy pulling the trigger there. Sometimes it's going to be okay to rejam, but five-handed, I just don't want to do that with the ace-5 offsuit against Oliver. Turn is a 6. He does look hella nervous. Sammy needing to get lucky on the river, but it doesn't arrive. It's the 4 of clubs, and we are going four-handed for the title. Sammy, who's had a lot of success before. Another day in the office. €22,500 for his efforts. Well done, Sammy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all players are guaranteed almost 30 grand. 29 grand is the next payout. And then it's 38, 7, 55, and 91 for the winner. I wouldn't classify that as a slow roll. When you're observing that from the outside, looking in, I can understand why you would call it that way, but he definitely wasn't intending on slow rolling anyone. Nit roll, whatever you want to call it. He looked very nervous. Obviously, the money means a lot to him. And I'm not being super defensive. I do feel like he should have called quicker. However, when you play for this amount of days on end, biggest opportunity in your life, especially if you're not a professional. 5 players remaining from the starting entry field size of 1,053. He just wanted to get a chip count. He looked like he was a bit shaky. King Queen opening from the cutoff. Georgie shoving 20 big blinds with the ace 10. And Andre might call something like 13, 14, maybe even 15 bigs, but for 20, he's just going to put his hand in the muck. I like your opinion there, no pair, no draw, saying it's an obvious call, but give him a second to process that he may be flipping for a lot of money. Well said, Alfie. Well said. Andre min raising, Oliver defending. Flop is ace 8-6. Andre with the jack 7 of hearts. Oliver with 6-4 of hearts. Oliver flopping best, who's playing over 15 million now. That turns the tide here as well. It evens out the stacks. There's no runaway bride here. Georgie now the clear short stack, but is he even that short? He's playing over 20 big blinds now. If it keeps going more even Stevens like this, perhaps it will reach a point where a deal will be negotiated or at least discussed. Nice to see some regs in the chat. Seekies, Fish, KA, CZ. No, there'll be no info about a deal yet because they've been playing for so long. I don't think the lads will want a deal unless they get Oliver shorter and maybe get one more player out of there. That would be my initial understanding of why they wouldn't discuss a deal four-handed right now. So much money on the line. If you feel like you have an edge, you already have X amount of money to your name, you're not going to be as willing to do a deal as some others. I will say I still have nightmares to this day over times I haven't done a deal and it's cost me at least 5 figures. And not just once. You think you'd learn from your mistakes. I have been battered by not doing a deal in a couple of spots. But we win or we learn. This is 23 bigs. I don't think we're going to be seeing Oliver call this one, considering we just seen him fold ace king. Or sorry, think about folding ace king, but he was not really ever going to fold it. Butchered that one, gang. Well, I just mean he can't call for 23 bigs. It was 50 bigs remaining here with ace-7 suited. I thought we would have seen Oliver fold by now. Seems like he wants to call, but eventually we'll let it go. Well, Perno Joe asking me, have I ever not taken a deal and won more long term? Well, I did win the Sunday Storm in 2015 on Poker Stars, and first prize was $28,000. There was 31,927 runners, and I negotiated a deal for more than first prize. That was just a day now / night or morning. I was unstoppable. But the horror story would be where I was three-handed in the mini Sunday Million. And there was close to $20,000 up top. We were trying to wait on a moderator. I had, let's just say there was 100 big blinds in play. I had over 60 bigs, and they had 40 bigs between the two of them. Third place was 7K. I can't remember. It would have been about 12 or 13 for second, and first was 19 something. And one guy didn't know what a deal was, and the other guy was not too great at the game, shall we say. And I decided to play on after waiting for a moderator for ages. I was like, I really needed the money at the time as well. And I lost, tried to bully my way to victory and end up coming third. I ended up getting 7K when, if I had done a deal, I was going to get the majority share. I would say I would have got somewhere around second place money already. We were waiting the guts in nearly 10 minutes for a moderator, and then I just had one of those moments. No, that's it, I'm playing on. There's one of the guys typed into the chat box, "What's a deal?" So alarm bells were ringing at that point, but it actually took me a while to get over that one. Now, there you go. There's my confession for this week. Confessions with Action Man Dan. Story time. Richard Koppel is from Estonia. One of my favorite comedians in the world, Ari Matti, is from Estonia. Very funny guy. You should check him out. That's one of the only reasons I know. I'm not great with the flags. Always have to Google it here or check it out there. So I'm pretty much just getting checked down to the river on the jack. Ace 8-4-9. Andre going to make a 4x 3 bet here and take that one away from Richard. These two tussling and battling back and forward. So now it's basically 60, 50, 40, and 20. Battling it out there. Andre, Oliver, Richard, and Georgie. No one remotely short now at this point. And like I said, Georgie gets one more double up. He's basically second in chips. And he will rejam the king queen from the small blind over the button open. You see Andre staying active, staying aggressive against Georgie. It's a bit of a different ball game now, though. Georgie doesn't have that short of a stack. He's doubled up, so no longer around that 10 big blind zone. You see him with 25 bigs behind here. Really nice hand to just call with in position. But he does do just that for 500k more. We see a three bet coming in hot from Richard this time. Andre opens, Richard three betting to 6 bigs. Richard will take that one down. Andre defending with the queen 4. Richard with the aces. Flop going to go check on the 3-3 deuce. Turn is a 10. Richard going to bet 750. Takes that one down. Richard betting 550 here. Georgie defending with the ace-3 on the king 5-4 flop. He does have a good shot, straight shot. Doesn't want that and got to do with it with 2 spades on board. Blinds are now 200, 400, 400. $200 small blind, 400 big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. And the 6 is here for Oliver. Facing 2 overcards and a C bet of 550 from Andre. Average stack is still over 30 big blinds, even though the blinds have just gone up. Andre is going to fire. See, this is what I don't understand. Andre is firing there, and Oliver just snaps him off, where other times Oliver has made some really passive plays, especially in the form of trying to take pots away from his opponent, but he'd no problem calling there. And like 6s isn't a great call there because there's 3 overcards to our pocket pair then. And a 6 is a card we will want our opponent to have as like a busted straight draw, for example. So that one is a little bit topsy-turvy in my head. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Be sure to let me know. Things have gone a little bit quiet, as to be expected on a Monday night. All players guaranteed a minimum of €29,000, by the way. Perno draw in with the first comment saying, I think he was tired of thinking he was folding the best hand. Interesting. Well, Perno draw says, I don't know, just trying to come up with an excuse for him. Feels like he's being bullied and making a stand without even thinking. I would have liked to see him think about that for longer, by the way. Oh, we see Oliver taking that one down with the 3-bet. King's taking that one down. Georgie is up to his old tricks, although this is a great shove for 11 bigs. Oliver's going to call with pocket eights. Andre in the big with pocket threes isn't going to be doing much here. Gets away. It is 7 deuce deuce, 1 diamond. And Georgie needing a lot of help here as we hit the third. Needs a king or a 10. Ace of diamonds arrives, which gives him additional outs in the form of a flush draw. Big river coming up. Nearly 10 million in the pot. It is a 9. We are going to lose Georgi Surmava. Great run. Great score. But it is Oliver taking down a big pot, and that's going to put another twist on things. Oliver twist, 25.5 million, 64 bigs. Now, we need to see the exact lineup of the chips, but perhaps a deal may be discussed at some point in the near future. These guys have already been playing for the guts of 10 hours today. So we are three-handed for this title now. 91,000 euro for the eventual champion. Andre going to three bet from the small blind. Oliver has had some questionable passive moments, but he finds himself the chip leader to take down this title three-handed. All players have locked up a minimum of 38,700 euro. 55,000 euro for second place. Just a small difference of the guts of about 20,000 euro between third and second. No biggie. Andre going to take that one away from Oliver. Three betting to about 2.6 mil. Now we see Oliver with the 8-7 offsuit, Richard with the 10-9 on the 7-queen, 9-8 board. Pretty decent turn card here for Richard now with the open ender to go with his pair. Pair for Oliver as well. Oliver dollar. 800k is the bet. He's got two pair. Never mind one pair. Just going to call, of course. Interesting river. It's going to be an action killer. Richard now with the best hand. River in two pair of his own on a 4 straight board. Check this shit out. Richard now playing just over 40 bigs and Oliver 58. Still so much chips in play for this three-handed battle. Richard raising from the button with 10-8 of diamonds. Andre with the queen 7. Gonna call. Five, 4, 3. All hearts. Now this board will smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the button's opening range. 550 is the bet from Richard. He expected him to just check this one back the majority of the time. Tries to go for a bet. It will work, but risky business. No heart in hand. He just wants to check back that one. Andre completing his option from the small with the queen jack off suit. This is going to apply the pressure here, 7-3 suited. 1.3 to go. Andre definitely going to be a bit gun shy after losing a chunk of chips not so long ago. We're playing a healthy stack. Andre going to check call mode there. Now as a pair on the ace, king, queen board. Going to go just straight draw the boot. Just check back. That's waving the right flag. Queen of clubs rolling off. Now, Andre has to know he might get paid by a king here with a bet. It's unlikely Richard has an ace. Therefore, you're going to see him try to get some value. Wants to bet around 2.5 million here. So just go for value, obviously not getting called. Lemonade is back in the house. You might remember Lemonade for such times as last night. What's up, Lemonade? Andre betting 600k here, putting against big blind action. Oliver defending with the ace 8. Up to 10 10 5. Two spades, neither player with a spade in their hand. Or I might just let this go from Oliver. And he does do just that, and Andre will take that one down. Also big separating Oliver into the opponent there now. Taking that one down. I think I meant to say Andre and Richard, not Oliver. I'm just starting to even out, guys. At some point, we might discuss the idea of a three-way chop. It's not quite a chop, some sort of a deal. Fair board on the 10-4-4. We're going to see a lot more blind v blind action, of course, now that we're three-handed. Average stack 17.5 million. This is more than 42 big blinds. Closer to 44. There's 10 big blinds separating Oliver and Andre now. We're all starting to look a bit tired in this late hour of the day. Late hour, we've had streams up to 16 hours before. Last coaching being live for 10 hours now. Andre raises to 900k with the ace-9 of hearts. Richard calling from the small with pocket fours, and we have a rare three-way to the flop. Queen, Jack, 8. That gets checked through. I do like that song playing in the background. Lost on You. Turn getting checked through as well. River is the 9 of diamonds. Action killer. Well, I say action killer. Just gives Andre the best hand. So look how much they're evening out now. 14.4 playing, 19.5 playing, 18.6. So less than 10 big blinds separating the three. Sorry, well, one of them has 36 bigs. It's a little bit more than that. But you get my drift. You get me, bruv. You get me. Richard with top pair now. Oliver calling from the small the ace jack rather betting 3. I think I would rather see him 3-bet this combination against a button open. Especially when we cover Richard. Even though fairly close. Oliver checks again, and now Richard. Time to go to Value Town. $2.1 million is the bet, and he will take that one away from Oliver with the best hand. Andre taking that one down with the pocket eights. Uncontested. It's only game says any giveaways, a few free rolls maybe. No giveaways, no free rolls, just poker, says Bird. Sleepy Observer says a big pot incoming. Here's hoping. Nice to have you with us. It's only game. I think I've seen you online somewhere once or twice before. Perhaps you should have called yourself It's Only One Game instead of It's Only Game One. Three bet to 2.7 million. Now, what does Andre want to do here? Against Richard as well. I think we just call in position. Jack 9 deuce is the flop. Richard out flopping Andre, but Andre still has a decent amount of equity. Richard's just going to check. I expected to see him bet here, something around 2.5 million. Give him a 3-bet pot for value / protection. Very spicy, interesting turn card here in the form of the King of Hearts. 2 pair now for Richard. Andre, top pair, good shot, straight draw. Richard betting 3.5 million now. Andre is not going to be going anywhere. Commits the chips, and this is quite a large pot. One of the biggest we've seen in a while now. 13.2 million. Them boys are playing for stacks. The river is not quite a brick because it does complete a backdoor flush draw and it does pair the board. Pretty ideal card here for Richard, apart from... Yeah, because he's going to get paid by hands like the one Andre has. Surely we just go for the lot now. Problem is, we don't have too many bluffs here when we shove, especially when we check the flop in a 3-bet pot. Not sure what you think about this one. Let me know in the chat. Just decides to check. Obviously, can lose to hands as well. Nines. Jacks will get it in pre. King Jack's out there. I thought we would see a value shove, but the more I think about it, when we shove, like, we just don't have too many bluffs in our range. And if we get called, we are fucked. So does decide to just check it over. And Andre has to feel like he just got out of jail for free card there. Surely something like a 4 million bet from the King Queen. 56 bigs now for Richard, 45 for Oliver, and Andre with 31. Richard fast approaching half the chips in play. I still feel like he could have got more value on the river. The King 9 I'm on about now. And once the King 9 checks over to us, I think we should be betting with our King Queen. There's very few full houses out there, and we block the straight. It's Only Game says, thank you, Dan, for your warm welcome. Come on in, the water's lovely, mate. You fucking stingray. There's a shark in the water, mate. Says he thinks he's multi-accountant. Pretty sure I own the It's Only Game minus the one also. This guy is taking over. He's not here to take part. Sleepy Observer says, let's finish it. Nah, Blood says we need to jam the river for sure with King 9. Yeah, Steve, when we've 9 million and there's nearly 13 in the pot, 13.2 there was, I think the stacked pot ratio is just under 1-to-1 there that we just want to just shove. I was trying to wonder, could we make a smaller bet? I don't think it makes sense to make a smaller bet if we have the King 9. I think it does make sense, however, to make a smaller bet of about 4.2 million, perhaps somewhere around 3.5 million. That area to get called by worse. Yappa Snap is back. How did you know? I just tuned back in. I actually didn't. Just practicing for when you're back next week, man. And we could have a massive confrontation here. Tens against the ace-king. We've seen how long it took Oliver to call earlier with ace-king in an all-in situation. Andre hasn't been too out of line. He can be doing this with hands like sevens, eights, and nines. And for my money, tens is just going to be too strong when we have Andre covered. Surely it would just be a mistake to fold. Jacks plus, we got to dance all day here. Tens right on the line. You can maybe fold hands like sevens and eights. Maybe even pocket nines could go into the muck. What do you think he's going to do? Chat, all vote now. This is a 4-bet rip. But we have Andre covered, and it's an unreal opportunity. It's a really great opportunity to eliminate the strongest player remaining. Andre having close to 350k in tournament live earnings. I wouldn't be shocked to see Oliver fold this. His body language is indicating that he wants to live to fight another day. Such an agonizing decision here. But once we've 3-bet as well, we already have the guts of 2.5 million invested. Oh, he wants to do both. He wants to call and fold all at the same time. Talking to him, trying to get a read. Andre undeterred. Nah, mate, you can't just get up now and ask the audience or go 50-50 here. Oh! Did he just show the dealer? He shows the dealer his hand. Oh my God, he's going to fold. Oh! He did it. Puts the tens into the muck. Survives with 42 bigs here. But Andre now back in contention with 36. No pair, no draw says jacks have to call. Tens, I can see an argument to fold, but think you still roll. Yes. Very good, no pair, no draw. It's only games. Pop them. Pop them to the top. I will climb, says no way you can ever hold tens. Yeah, I think tens is just going to be too much hand there. I think I've said that multiple times. But it's not as close as you think. No one's been really getting out of line at this FT for the last several hours. It's been a pure battle and a war of attrition, and when there's not too many light 4-bet rips coming in, tens is just going to be flipping there the majority of the time. He definitely will be 4-bet ripping, by the way. Sevens, eights, nines. Sevens, maybe not. Eights and nines has to be jamming. What I'm saying is there's lads out there that would 4-bet rip like hands like ace-5 suited, etc. where we're dominating with our 10s. I just don't think it's been that kind of a day or that kind of a final table. We haven't seen too much of that kind of thing. Andre's been quite patient. Richard betting 550 here on the paired board. It is Andre with the toppest of pairs. Turn is the queen of clubs. Richard going to go for a second barrel. I'm just getting some information that we'll be going on a very long break for the guts of a half an hour after this hand. $36 million in the pot now as we hit the river. Richard's not going to go for a third barrel. Maureen says good night. Just only game says kids these days got no gamble. See you around, Maureen. Next weekend, perhaps. Now, look how much these are after evening out. 49 bigs playing 43, playing 40. Going on a break for about 50. It says 15 minutes there, but I'm telling you, it's almost double that. 28 minutes and change. Don't go anywhere. One of these three remaining players is going to become your Rosvedov Festival main event champion.
You are against a 20 big blind stack, so
we're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Pairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, 10s are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 10s versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here, as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's
Dimitro
precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but it's still queens, and I imagine we're gonna 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king suited in particular flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands? Yes, it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And Sposato before him. And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Aí, Lucas, there's TV table. 7 minutes. You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without losses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped.
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he...
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, you know, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on. And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see...
Of space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, the four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now a
are
lick of the
hard to
lips in
play,
turn from Sutera.
Like this, no?
Oh, really?
Even though there are those lulls,
I heard
the
something like this.
authenticity
I
with
don't know.
which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate
But yeah, it's appealing, obviously.
how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having picked up hands such as this. Pocket kings, huge, big
Right.
coolers, and just fight and get gritty
Yeah.
and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true, and I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand.
Oh, right.
You know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with ace-jack there versus this Suda open.
That's a very interesting, very disciplined fold.
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with ace-queen in the big if we're by to Leonis.
Almost the same day.
This is almost always going to be a pure call versus under the gun. Especially he hasn't been here to see some of the showdowns from Stetsura, which may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I wasn't thinking he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do poorly on an ace-8-8 board. Checking over to Stetsura, a snap flick of 5K.
I love that bet.
Did he just
don't care about the size or anything, just the mannerisms of that bet is the best. But that's why I found the ace-jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but he had seen some of these showdowns, the ace-10, the 9-6. Perhaps you might want to consider getting in the mix there.
Yeah, fair.
VSOP?
VSOP, yeah.
No hesitation.
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
Out of the ace-queen to get into the mix, playing it as a check raise. Is this hazardous?
No, this is very nice. Obviously his best ace on paired boards such as this. Again, big blind is kind of incentivized to play a little bit more aggressively. Now, of course, he does have to run the risk of being against ace-king, but that's just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
An easy field.
I hope they're not gonna call it.
Probably it's gonna be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors are often utilized.
Tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty clear continue for at least one more with kings.
November, there is nothing to play the second half in Vegas.
I know, yeah. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later.
If I knew, I would have gone to Miami, yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra 7K contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It seems like he's cutting out raising chips.
Now this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition.
Right.
Rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by Vaitulionis. With the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation, too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold, and then found the click. And that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsuda lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsuda pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah. You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well.
But you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king-queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway-type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai.
He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and it's, well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace. which he does. Fours full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and
Time to get to
enjoy a
work.
deep stack.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track
can you
this
Cabrel of the
career
situation?
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's your stack. Let's
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000. And by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then I believe a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. Pocket queens. And you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distributions. Fetnoff here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens.
How fortunate.
Leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main. He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. might go
If
toe
we
to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, a Grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked
Yeah.
up with the
Oh, yeah.
kangaroo,
Oh.
and he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the
Just-
snout? What a
Just
legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2
Yeah.
combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear,
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sales in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional. Yeah.
Board pairs.
Professional win player.
Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as
Very
the
much
gutter
so.
did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time here to catch Ace King. Going to be going all in against Richard, and I don't think Richard is going to be folding pocket tens anytime soon. This is a bit of a different situation than we had before. That was a cold 4-bet rip. This is blind v blind action. Welcome back after the break. If for whatever reason you are just tuning in now, you're watching three-handed action in the Rosvedov Festival. NLH Hold'em Main Event live from the King's Resort. €550 buy-in, €91,000 up top. We just went on break for the guts of a half an hour. For some reason I thought I had more time than I did. I haven't heard anything about a deal being reached. I'm sure if they had that lengthy of a break that a deal was discussed. Don't see any way this doesn't just go all in and call. Well, it does go all in and call. It is Queen 5-4. Andre needing help here, or we're going to be heads up for the title. 26.95 million in this pot. This is huge, and there is the King of Kings. Richard now going to be left with 22 bigs unless he gets lucky on the river. I didn't feel like the king or the ace was coming on this occasion. That changes things considerably. Richard now down to 22 bigs, which I believe will be your shortest stack by quite some margin. Now Andre has them right where he wants them. Does not want to double up one of these players, Oliver or Richard. 54 bigs, half the chips in play. Has both of them under 30 bigs. Fish says yes. ARG says no. The fans are still in the audience. It's great to see. Live for 10.5 hours now. This one far from over. €38,700 the current payout. Next jump is to over 50 G's, baby. Richard took that one well. Obviously nothing either player can do in that exact scenario. Don Rubert says, or Don Grubert, I'm not sure which, with an emoji saying they're still in the game. Or pew 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 is what it really means. Pew 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 pew. I'll try never to do that again. Star Wars over here. Return of the Wookiees. Now let's see what way Andre plays as the chip leader. Average stack, still 35 bigs. This pot now with nearly 6 million in it as we hit the turn on the ace 4 deuce 9. Richard with the king deuce, Andre with the queen deuce. You would expect to just see this try to get the showdown by both players. But that looks like he's loading up. Repping a big hand here. Betting again. Well, it doesn't get rid of Richard. And now another ace rolls off. Richard only has 6.2 million behind. And he will be delighted to win that hand. I thought a second barrel might get rid of Richard there, but it looks like he decided to put the cape on. And that was an ideal river to get Andre to wave the white flag there, pairing the board. Another ace rolling off. Different card. We might have seen a different outcome. Maybe he's betting the turn there, by the way. Get paid by draws. Deny equity. I actually think that's fine, the more I thought about it. People were talking in the chat there about wanting to see more aggression. Well, you're seeing it now. No deal was reached. We're all fighting it out. Any one of these 3 remaining players would make a worthy champion. How hard and how far they've come and how much they've fought to get to this position. Been a swingy day for all 3 remaining players. I would say Richard has had the least swingiest of the 3 until he start losing some huge flips. Let's have a look now. 44 playing 37 playing 24. Well, quite a large gap between Oliver and Andre, but only 7 bigs between Andre and Richard. 42% of all the chips in play for Andre. Wants to just keep peppering them with the jab. Does not want to double up Richard or Oliver. At this late stage, he keeps robbing those blinds and antes. They will pay dividends if he's fast accumulating chips like that. Wants to play small ball for the most part, whilst applying maximum amount of pressure in other scenarios. Bumping and pumping Potts says it's only game. Mind is primed and it's time to grind. Bumping and pumping. Richard defending with the Jack 6 of clubs. Oliver with the Ace 10. Two pair for Richard. If I'm Oliver, I'm going for value here. Richard won't be checking. So if I'm Richard, I'm going for value here. How much do I think I can get paid by a hand like Ace 10, Ace 9, Ace 8? I would like to see him bet somewhere around 2.8 to 3.5 million. $3.5 million is the bet. Well played, Richie boy. 48 bigs now, and Oliver down to 11. Richard's just going to shove on Oliver, and Oliver gets rid of his 5 high. Oh, I had a confession earlier, and it looks like Poker Bros has a confession. If you're watching for the last 4 hours since I raided via YouTube, via a different commentary, I've no idea if you were talking to me or not. Oh, you didn't know you were in a different channel? I'm not sure where you're from, Poker Bros, because obviously we've got the German channel, which is awesome. And it's very hard to police YouTube. There's always people coming in and out. So I just kind of stick to Twitch. Give YouTube an honorable mention. They know where to find us on Twitch. But no sweat, brah. Richard checking behind here. Now, Andre and Richard do not want to be getting in large entanglements until they get rid of Oliver in third place. It hasn't really been what Oliver has been saying is going to happen. He's always doubled up. And he had a lot of chips there at one point. Cream is starting to rise to the top, though. Richard and Andre have plenty of experience. More so than Oliver. Not to take anything away from Oliver. He's played pretty well in some certain situations today. I said he was being passive, but he had shown a bit more aggression there in a hand or two. Thank you for being so honest, Poker Bros. Or maybe I'll just start calling you Brah. Andre betting 1.4 million here in the hope of getting called. Whoa. Looks like he is reaching, using the King of Spades as a blocker. Second nut flush blocker. This is a nasty enough situation for Andre. He blocks the straight. He has top pair. But without a spade in his hand on a paired board, it's not ideal. This would be a great call. He might level himself into calling because he's gone for such small sizing. There you go. Andre now playing 30 million and change. Great call there by Andre. Not wasting too much time on it either. I wasn't sure if that would work or not. Andre undeterred. No pair, no draw. This is a nice bet and a nice call. Yeah. And Brat says bigger sizing on the end maybe gets it done, or we think he's still fine in the call. I think had Andre not gone for a blockerish type sizing, we wouldn't have seen that raise on the river. I think the sizing from the king tree with the king of spades was fairly ideal. We made it 5.5 million over a 1.4 million bet. Don't know how much bigger he wants to go. Maybe like $1 million more, brah. Know what I mean, brah? You get me, brah? There's 1,000,001 South Park references springing to mind that season where they're all in the fraternity. They're always using brah and perhaps you are a fan. It never ceases to amaze me how many people are funny or have cool names or like this show or that show, but yet they've never gone down the rabbit hole of South Park. Vesely Levani, they did not make a deal. No deal has been reached. And now Oliver going to be down to about 5 big blinds. Brass says, my logo used to be the raccoon from South Park. Fun fact, I got DMCA struck from them. I don't know what that means. Direct, meaningful, conversational alert. Counter-striked. You got copyright counter-striked. Yeah, I've watched South Park too many times. Looking forward to the new stuff. Richard down to 34 bigs now. Andre with 60. Yep, a snap straight in there. How can you not have seen South Park, mate? It's a great show. If you avoid the bloody stingrays. Brad asked me my favorite episode. There's only one correct answer. My answer to that would probably shock you. It's the one where I think it was like season 7. It was like the Pee Wee Hockey League. When that came out, I don't know. It just got me every time. I mean, you could pick loads of different ones, right? But there's over 300 episodes. Not a. Oh, so did I get it right? Surely that wasn't your answer. It's right around the start of Randy Marsh becoming a good character. Picking up the action here. Ace, Queen, 10, 7. Richard with the Ace, Deuce. Andre with the Ace, Queen for top 2. The best one is Scott Tenorman Must Die. Chili Con Carnival was like season 5. I believe that won the award for the best episode ever. Featuring Radiohead, yeah. It's mad the way different seasons have different comedic flares and different elements. And then the technology just got better and better. Anyway, with 8.7 million in the pot here, Andre wants to make this a sizing that would set up a river jam. A lot of bad rivers out there in the form of a diamond, a heart, a straight completing card, anything that pairs the board, unless it's an ace or a queen. And even if it is an ace or a queen, could be an action killer. So wants to bet around 4, 5, even 5 million seems fine. I don't think it needs to be any more than 5 because it sets up about 8.4 for the river. 5.2 he goes for. Good man, Andre. Gold star. I was going to say the Warcraft episode is possibly. I've just seen it so many times. I remember every week if a new episode came out and I downloaded it, legally, maybe illegally, I would always have to watch it twice in a row. Once was never enough. Sometimes 3 times. And Richard is going to call. Can't blame him. Although he's not beating much here. Let's get that straight. And I think I still jam here from Andre because I don't see Richard having much 10x unless he has a full house. And if he has a full house, then say good night to the bad guy. Andre will shove. Richard is called. Wow. That all happened very fast. He's obviously chopping with a lot of ace-x. I don't like how quick Richard called there. He really needs to think about that for longer. He looks a bit bashful after calling that quick. I don't want to put that down to the decision fatigue. I don't think a deal was reached. I would have been told by now. It just seemed like he had made up his mind that he was going to call on turn and river, and if he was beat, he was beat. I don't want to be overly harsh because he can beat a lot of bluffs in the form of hearts or diamonds, busted straight draw. Felt like he was committed for that price. I just don't like how quick he called. I actually think you can make a very big argument for folding on the turn. However, we are three-handed. And we are no longer three-handed. Oliver Kubalek has an uphill battle to climb, to say the least. One for the ages. But I've seen stranger things happen at Kings. Andre with 94% of the chips in play. And basically 100 bigs playing 6. I only talked about that ace deuce in the form of it being not great, even calling, not factoring in that Oliver only has 6 big blinds. There is so much money in the difference between between second and third. That is felt like he was being bullied, and I don't want to be too harsh. I got to say what I see does seem a little bit punty. I mean, he might just be chopping on that river at best. And then is it worth it for a chocolate biscuit? I don't think so. But would you do it for a chew it? Bird says, oh yes, maybe he should read a book about ICM on his flight back to Estonia. Sometimes people just make up their mind that they're calling, knowing they're against a capable person who could be firing on flop, turn, and river. Gusta Nut says, ICM-wise, it was a complete punt. Yeah, I'm not one for sugarcoating things on this channel. I eat enough sugar coated throughout the day while I'm commentating, so I don't think that he's going to look back on that and be like, wow, I really had to call there. And like I said, we are three-handed, but with just a deuce kicker on that board against a very capable opponent, there's going to be so many bad rivers. I think the mistake is to call on the turn there. Especially when it's a 5 million bet, by the way. Because you don't have to worry about calling the 5 million now. It's been put in for your tournament life on the river. Bird says, on the other hand, that's the first time I saw an Estonian come so far in a tournament in Kings. Well, geographically now, they haven't had the best luck as a country, shall we say. So fair play to them. Fair play to him. It's a fantastic result nonetheless. Both players remaining guaranteed a minimum of 55 big ones. Andre is going to shove on Oliver, and Oliver just has 9 deuce off suit. Gusta Nuts agrees with me. You just want to let it go on the turn. Raise to barrel jam is very hard line to bluff an ace. Also, by the way, 10 rolling off on the river does change things. It makes less bluffs. Maybe we just shut down after betting flop and turn because there's too many hands to beat us now, etc., etc. I just think once we are faced with a 5 million bet on the turn, he is doing that to go for it a lot on the river. It's 4.2 bigs and Andre wants a count. Queen Jack. Andre might give him a spin here. I don't even know if you want to give him a spin here. Now, if he has 2 big blinds invested and it's 2.2 big blinds more, I would call. I love that fold because you don't want to double him up this easily. 10 changes a lot, makes you compelled to call down, which again is very sick, yeah. Like, guys, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh considering how many flush combos There's so many flush combos that miss in the form of hearts or diamonds, and it's unlikely that the big blind has an ace in their hand. So when we do, if we're going to call, top pair seems like a good one to call with, but I just think we just cannot take that risk with our opponent there with 6 bigs. Andre shoving on Oliver. 5.2 bigs apiece. And Andre with 40% equity with the Jack 3 of clubs. This is going to be a spin and win situation. 40% of the time we will be crowning our champion right here, right now. King 4 deuce is the flop. One club out there. Oh, the 8 changes things now. Jack and a Jack only. Not a great turn card for Andre. Andre just wants to get this over with. Yeah, Braz was saying 5 of clubs for max banter. That's what I wanted to see. Call it banter. Call what you want. Oliver now has 11 bigs. God of gambling, says his jumper. If you got to wear a jumper like that, you better be calling hands when there's an all into you with ace king a little bit quicker, in my opinion. Otherwise, someone take that jumper off him. God of gambling. Pfft. I don't think so. Although he is playing a 30k heads up battle. 55, 65, 75, 85, 36,000 euro heads up battle. Quick maths. Oh, one of my favorite episodes of South Park is definitely The Losing Edge. This is when Randy Marsh starts fighting. Anytime when Randy Marsh was becoming a really good character, that's when he was awesome. I loved Medicinal Fried Chicken. That was an awesome episode as well. Fish Sticks, of course. Major Boobage needs an honourable mention as well. With Kenny and the Cats. I think I've mentioned enough for now. Now, Andre needs to remain composed, calm, and collected here, like he has done all throughout the day. Like, he could just shove the Jack 6 suited, nothing wrong with it. But against someone like Oliver, I just want to keep min raising and peppering them with the jab on the flop. Been playing pretty honest on flops, turns, and rivers, so there's no reason to get away from that strategy. It's very easy to say, well, I'm the big dog in the yard. I'm just going to keep shoving these combos. And I might shove this Jack 6 suited myself. But watching the game flow, I would prefer to just limp or min raise. He's gone with limp. Ginger Kids is a great episode as well, Brat. Gustin Nut says, the situation happened to me on Friday. There's a small stack on my final table. Sorry, Gustin Nuts. I will read some of that in a minute. It's just more hands to talk about in the chat. It's not really what I want to do right now, even though I've no problem talking about South Park episodes. Not realizing the ICM value within my hands held when I got in talking to me. No, I am reading it. These guys knew nothing about it, seemed like, besides the dude that came in second. No, thanks for sharing. It's just long form text I try to avoid a little bit. I was talking about a situation earlier where I made a mistake for 10 grand on PokerStars a few years ago for not doing a deal. I ended up getting 7k when ICM wise I definitely should have been taking the deal and getting somewhere around 5k extra. Them things really hurt. And when you make a bad ICM decision, it's very painful. Because unlike other decisions in poker or hands that you lose, like the ICM decisions you make are avoidable. And when they're avoidable, we should really pay a lot more attention to them. Going to net ourselves a lot more profit. And it's all about laddering. King 7-7 is the flop. Andre all in with the Queen Deuce and Oliver with the trips. And it looks like Oliver's going to have even more now. That's a flop. That's a great flop, but that's a great turn. Always coming 7-7-7. Quadzilla in the house. This effing guy is now playing 16 bigs. And I've been in both players' shoes here. Or maybe they're wearing sandals. Andre wanting to get it over with. Has doubled him up twice. You can see it on his face. He wants to finish this out. Finish him! Kill him! Freddy Krueger laughing his head off here. It's now 90 bigs playing 16. A little bit different now, folks. Heads up is cruel. Very volatile form of no limit hold'em. This will be some comeback. And now he's just going to rip. I don't like this. After doubling up twice, just wants to rip the guts of 20 bigs there. What's that? 18 bigs he has now. 16 bigs just shoves with 6-4 suited. Don't try this at home. There's too much money on the line here. Another double up or another few pots here and there. Suddenly, blinds go up. And you're at like a 20 big blind deficit, 30 big blind deficit maybe. And then it's game on. You know what a has is, Frank? It's a pig, Frank. A pig that don't fly straight. We're shoving 16 bigs with 6-4 suited. Little Scarface reference there for the second time today. When we are shoving 6-4 suited for 16 bigs, we are not flying straight. We should be limping or min raising. Brad got it. Of course you got it. I was actually ended up watching that movie the other night. It just came on. Bet a 500k in a call. Oliver bets 1 million here on the river. Blockerish type sizing, /value bet. Sometimes I might be inclined to raise that. We do have hands like Queen 10. We could get King to fold, but don't think he really needs to do that against Oliver. Goes to nuts asking casinos are playing a lot of garbage music these days. You say that as if they were ever playing anything other than garbage music. Actually, I don't want to dog the channel too much. I like some of the 70s and 80s and a bit of rock here and there that they play. It's more old school, like Fleetwood Mac and happy-go-lucky, feeling good tunes instead of, say, what you would hear in the UK top 40 or whatever country it may be these days with pop music. Sometimes it helps me get through my day. I am a big music fan after all. Oliver betting 1.5 million. Classic rock is the best, or anything you would hear in maybe GTA, says the massive electronic music fan. Do like the DJing. Myself. Easy there, Tiger. Oliver just going for it there. It seemed like it was somewhat out of turn, but oh, he's starting to grate on Andre's nerves. You can see it. He's starting to grit his teeth. Gus the Nuts wants to hear what's going on at the table. Oh, I'll just be quiet, so Gus. I'll just stop talking. He's in the lower mainland in British Columbia and Canada that used to play classic rock at least. I don't know what happened. Was called the hard rock and they didn't even play rock. Sometimes I do think you will play best if you're at the table with no music. Other times I think it's a necessity. Depending on what you're listening to and depending on what's happened to you. It's very easy to keep playing hardcore or heavy music when you're just winning every pot you play, but sometimes it's just very distracting, especially if you're deep in a tournament. I've learned that one the hard way. But then if I've been listening to music all day and I suddenly pause the music, then I just can't deal with the silence. Something about the silence makes me sick. Andre with the 3-4. Coffee shop jazz. Sounds good. I know what you mean. Something that you're not even paying. It's just background music. 1.5 million is the bet here. When the ace rolls off. Additional outs for Andre. And lads, buckle up here. Oh no, he's not going to raise. Do not raise your full house, Oliver. He's not listening, lads. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Just to make it 6 million here for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I'm telling you, if he'd have just called there, Andre, depending on what the river was, might have just really went for it. And like I said, suddenly they're not too far off it being a 2-1 chip lead, where it was over a 10-1 chip lead not so long ago. There's a raise to 1.75 million from Andre with the 4 deuce, and Oliver debating in his head here what to do. Oliver's just going to call. And he took that long there. It's probably a little bit confusing for Andre. Turn is a knife. Now, I'd say Andre just gives up. No backdoor helping him here at all. And this helps hands like Queen Jack. Maybe some other form of backdoor straight draw. Overcards, maybe like King Queen. Flush draw won't go anywhere for another barrel. So he's just going to give up. Andre, let's go. Andre with the 7-3 of clubs, a good shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and the betting lead. 1.3 million to go for Oliver. Oliver now has a flush. Yeah, so the blinds have gone up. 300k is now the small blind. 600k is the big blind, with a 600k running big blind ante. I tell you, Oliver would take this stack size from where he was coming into this heads-up battle just 45 minutes ago. Oliver now at 20 million, lads. Closing the gap. This is going to be so disgusting for Andre if he doesn't get the job done against the god of gambling. With 30 million playing 20. Andre, min raising, takes that one down. Bust the nuts with a few comments there. 1.5 to 1 chip lead, crazy comeback. Now dude has momentum. All momentum shifting in his direction. He had 6 big blinds for crying out loud. And I called it. I said, this is far from over. If he gets double up or 2, we could be in for a bumpy ride. Oliver checking back with the best hand here on the turn. Oliver is mixing things up with a limp with the Queen 8 of Hearts. This is a flop that will favour the big blinds defending range, although we are heads up now. Range is drastically reduced. In terms of having a 6, a 5, or a 4 in your hand here from the button, Oliver's going to bet 2.1 million here. He's really starting to frustrate Andre. Wins another one. And now, guys, Oliver's not too far away from just being 10 big blinds behind, 12 to be precise. Oliver almost up to 24 million now, taking that one down with the King 6 of hearts. Oh, poor Andre. You got a feel for him in this situation. I've been there multiple times. Doubling up your opponent time and time again. And there you have it. 55% of the chips in play, playing 45% of the chips in play. Finally, less than 100 big blinds in play. Barely. 88. Quick maths. 48 plus 40. Andre betting 1.2 million here. Looks like he might finally take down a pot. Four, three, limping. Queen four, checking. Brass says Andre is not a happy chappy. Bird, thanks a million for your help. Says must leave now. Good night, everyone. What a moderator Bird is. Thank you very much. I wouldn't be a happy chappy either, Brat. No way, Brat. I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy. Oliver going to be forced to let this go. Andre, your top pair now on the turn. I thought Oliver actually might call there one more straight. I'm also surprised that they didn't decide to have the blinds. I suppose they didn't have the blinds when they got heads up because the deal wasn't reached and Oliver only had 6 bigs. But you can tell it's really starting to wear on Andre. Oliver betting 700k. Guys, this could go on for a hell of a long time yet. Hope you're still with us to see 100 people on Twitch alone and still a few hundred watching on YouTube. Thank you for your dedicated support. It means the world to me, and indeed, Kings Resort team. That production team go above and beyond week in, week out, day in, day out for the viewers at home. Just see, the average stack is still well over 40 big blinds here. Ten A4 is the flop here. Andre with the 7-6 off suit. Oliver with the Jack 4. Straight for Andre. Oliver bets $1 million. Takes that one down. 1.8 million is the bet from Oliver with the Queen 8 on the King 10-5.